I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video are being recorded, and we will post files of the recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Mr. Wooldridge of the AHO will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. If you are a witness, you may simply ask Mr. Wooldridge to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony. And attorneys, you may ask Mr. Wooldridge directly to please bring up a particular exhibit. If at any time you're experiencing technical difficulties today trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to the email inbox at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov, or you can email the usual AHO inbox. The hearing team is monitoring that inbox and will let me know. If at any time I'm experiencing technical difficulties and I'm not able to rejoin the Zoom within a few minutes, a member of the AHO team will call a recess. We will take breaks today as usual, mid-morning, lunch, and then a hard stop again at 5 o'clock. Where we left off last time, as I recall, was we heard direct testimony from Dr. Michael. I believe we are ready to begin cross-examination of Dr. Michael. And then we also received a clarifying order of proceeding from the protestants. I understand, we were on a tight turnaround and there are some outstanding questions about witness availability still, but I think this pretty well lays out, as far as I can see, at least our next 2 weeks, and I very much appreciate that. So we have an order of proceeding, but the expectation is that we will begin, once we have completed cross-examination of Dr. Michael, we will then turn to Sacramento County's witnesses and then complete those on September 11th, at least that's the plan, and turn to Dr. Rosenfeld. So that, I believe, is where we are. With that, are there other procedural issues that we need to address before we turn to the cross-examination of Dr. Michael? Then with that, I will ask if Dr. Michael, if you would please raise your Zoom hand and then the associated representatives, that would be lovely. Let's see. If we can please elevate Dr. Michael. And please elevate Mr. Keeling. And Dr. Michael, you're welcome to come off mute and on camera and say good morning. We'll just do a little mic check.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Ms. Morris, you're welcome to come off camera and on camera and off mute, excuse me. Good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning, Mr. Keeling.
Good morning. I appreciate being elevated.
And good morning, Ms. Meserve. Is there anyone else before we get started with cross-examination who would like to be up on our panelist list and screen? You can raise your Zoom hand. All right, then with that, Dr. Michael, I will just ask you, do you recall taking the oath when you testified and joined us on earlier this week?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. So do I. And with that, I will turn things over to Ms. Morris.
Good morning. I'd also ask to elevate Colin Chandler from the Department of Water Resources. He may be conducting cross later today.
Certainly. If we can please elevate Mr. Chandler. And Mr. Chandler, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute and just make your appearance.
Hi, Colin Chandler on behalf of the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. Good morning. And back to you, Ms. Morris. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Yep. Thank you. Dr. Michael, good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine this morning. Thank you.
Good. I hope you're enjoying Montana. It's a lovely place to be.
Yeah, it's a bit smoky today, so if I sneeze, you know why.
That's fair. I for sure would be sneezing.
Mhm.
I'd like to ask you several questions this morning. And first, I'd like to understand a little bit about your clients and the testimony that you provided and some of the reports. So, as an introductory matter, what clients paid you to produce this testimony?
Um, it- Miss Meserve's firm uh, is whom I'll be submitting an invoice to, and I believe her clients are the 5 Delta counties.
And do you know if those clients support the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes,
Do they support the Delta Conveyance project?
no, they do not.
And what direction, if any, were you given in preparing your testimony and your cost benefit analysis?
Um, Direction, very little, actually.
Were you given any time restraints?
Um, no, just to hopefully get it done in time to submit for this hearing. I was um quite a bit later than I initially promised it, in large part due to the fact that I moved out of state.
And were you given any budget restrictions in preparing your testimony or the report?
No.
And roughly how many hours did you spend preparing what's been marked as Solano 14, which I believe is the cost benefit analysis that you prepared?
Yeah, I have no idea of the specific hours. There was sort of a fixed payment agreed to if I prepared that support report and submitted it.
And what was the cost of
Objection
producing?
relevance.
What was the cost of producing your report?
I've made an objection. It's
Yeah,
relevant.
no, well, and I had to hear the question. What is the relevance, Ms. Morris?
I'm just trying to understand how much time was spent on this report and the level of effort. And I think that that's a relevant question as it is a direct in conflict with the cost benefit analysis prepared by the Department of Water Resources.
I'll for I'll allow the question, but we'll see where this goes. Go ahead. You may have to repeat it, Ms. Morris, now that we've interrupted.
What was the cost of producing your report and testimony?
Yeah, so I submitted an invoice for $15,000. I just
Yep, thank you. You already said it was fixed cost, so I was expecting one number. Thank you. Have you ever prepared a water infrastructure cost benefit analysis that was supporting a project?
um, that, that's actually, I mean, you're asking me to think deep into my head. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, um, potentially, well, I would say of a report of this nature, that's specific on a single project, I can't recall any. No.
I have several questions on what's been marked as Solano 15R. So maybe if it's okay, Mr. Woolridge, if you want to just pull that up, I think we're going to be spending a bit of time there. Um, Preliminarily, and I heard you say some of the changes between as Solano 15R and Solano 15 when you provided your direct testimony. And what I captured was that there was some table errors or something of that nature But is that correct?
That's my understanding. Um, if you wanted to pull up Solano 15, we could go find those specifically.
I don't think any of us want to do that, but I appreciate it. And the
Mhm.
Solano 15R did not contain track changes, correct? So that one could see the changes between Solano 15 and Solano 15R.
Uh, I can't recall the answer to that. Does
Okay.
it? Um, have you?
I didn't see them, but I'm just making
I don't
sure.
recall seeing them either.
Okay. How critical to your testimony and opinions is Solano 15R?
Um, the reason I cited it and the way it supports my testimony and opinions is it highlights the issue of risk. Um, and I believe it's a sound analysis of the cost risk of the tunnel. In my benefit cost analysis, the baseline scenario that I primarily talk about takes all the cost measures and cost estimates at face value, and as at the average estimate that the department published. But I did include a high cost scenario, and that high cost scenario corresponds, uh, um, to get the range I used for that high cost scenario. I looked at some previous literature by these authors, and then this report sort of backed that up in the sense that it discussed sort of an 80-20 a cost overrun that they thought would be sort of in the 80% likelihood of meeting it. That was pretty close to what I had assumed in the high cost scenario, and also um, um, so that's one issue. So it was supportive of that. Another issue is just the talk about the importance of planning for risk in the planning process, which is a point that uh, I just discussed uh, in my testimony regarding financial matters, that it would be uh, that one of the values of having a financial plan submitted for us to sort of evaluate, to look at, is to understand the planning of the department in the case that they did face cost escalation. Is there a willingness of um, the water agencies to step up and pay at a higher level? It would you anticipate making design changes to reduce costs? What would be the most logical design changes one might do to reduce costs? That's one way that sometimes um, people react to cost escalation. So the value of the report is sort of it highlighted and supported those two components of my testimony.
Thank you. Did you make the changes to Solano 15R?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Did you have any communication with the individuals who prepared this exhibit?
Um, no, not directly. I've never spoken to them directly. I think no. I mean, I've never had any communication with them directly. I'm thinking I might have been when they first produced the exhibit, I might have been forwarded an email that had some comments from them.
Who directed the preparation of Solano 15R and 15 in general?
That I'm not. Uh,
Uh,
I'm not aware of that. I don't know the answer to that.
Do you know who paid for the preparation of Solano 15R?
I'm not 100%. I don't know that as well. I mean, the only thing I know about the preparation of this is that um, you know, many months ago, I was asked if I thought there would be sort of utility and value in this report being produced. And I said I did think there would be some value to it. I think that inquiry came from Miss Meserve, and I don't know what happened after that.
Dr. Michael, the first site in Solano 15R is your 2025 benefit cost analysis, which is also dated July 2025, correct? And if
I
we
don't,
need to turn to that
do
page,
I need to, I'm going to have to pull up this Oxford report and
I
to
think
answer detailed questions like that. I don't have it in front of me. So,
you're going to want a copy of the report and probably a calculator as well.
okay.
Do you need a few moments? We will have it on the screen, but that's not the same as having, a hard copy in front of you. So
Yeah, I don't have a hard copy available. I'd have to find the file and print it out.
We
I
can go to
can,
pages. It's not a problem, and we can move around as you need. So if you want to just, and Mr. Woolridge, if you could just pop over to page 47 of the report, which I think is the same PDF page, maybe one off.
Mhm.
Yes, the top there. Do you see that the first reference cited is your 2025 benefit cost analysis?
I see that. Yes.
Okay. But that benefit cost analysis wasn't available until July 11th when it was submitted for this proceeding, correct?
Um, it wasn't available to everyone. I submitted it to uh, Miss Meserve in advance of that date. I think in at least a month in advance of it.
And did you provide an advance copy to the Oxford folks?
No, I told you I haven't communicated with them directly.
And similarly, your testimony cites to this Oxford report or exhibit marked Solano 15R. Did you receive an advance copy of Solano 15? I guess it would have been at the time, but 15R for our purposes.
Yes.
And when did you receive that?
And I'm not aware whether it was an advance copy, but I believe that Ms. Meserve provided me with a copy of the report. I don't. I'll say she did. It's not. I believe she did.
Was it prior to July 11th?
Um, I'm pretty sure it was.
Do you recall roughly when you received it?
I received it. Um, I received it when before I had finalized the benefit cost analysis report and added um, um, the reference to it and a paragraph discussing it because it was supportive of the discussion around a high cost scenario. So I think that probably would have been in June.
Did you provide any input on exhibit Solano 15R to Miss Meserve or anyone else?
No, I told you the only input I provided was being asked at some point over the winter uh, if I thought um, that a report of this nature would be of value? And I answered yes, and had no other input into it.
Do you have any experience in preparing construction cost estimates?
I do not.
Do you know what benchmarking is?
Yes.
Have you done construction cost benchmarking?
I guess that's a casual term. Do you have a sort of a formal or professional definition of that?
I would just
I
say,
mean,
have you
construction
done,
cost benchmarking can be done pretty informally. One could look at just look at projects and construction costs and projects that are similar to one another. So if you're referring to uh, that sort of benchmarking, yes, I've done that in many applications, but I have a feeling you're referring to um, some sort of formal engineering process, and if that's the case, no.
and even in your less formal uh, benchmarking experience, have you any construction cost benchmarking related to tunnels?
No.
What would you estimate the size, the dollar amount of the projects that you have done this informal benchmarking to be at, roughly?
Um, I mean, they range from uh, finishing my basement to uh, billion-dollar dams. It's I don't certainly, you can make um, all sorts of comparisons.
Has anyone ever paid you to do a construction cost benchmarking?
No.
What billion-dollar dam did you do construction cost benchmarking for?
Yeah, so benchmarking is probably too formal of a term. I mean, but I'm just sort of awareness of the cost range of uh, uh, of building dams in the state, and have seen various cost estimates for most of the major proposals across California. Yeah.
Is it important in benchmarking to have similar projects to compare your project to?
It's ideal, and it is important, but I mean, similar is um, a matter of judgment.
If you have data for projects that are not similar, will it skew your results?
Objection, vague, ambiguous, incomplete, hypothetical.
Will you run the question by me again, Ms. Morris?
If you have data for projects that are not similar, will it skew your benchmarking results?
I'll allow that overruled.
Um, so, I mean, I did not prepare this report. Okay, this report is based on uh, a technique that they refer to as reference class forecasting, um, and not benchmarking. Uh, but perhaps I can't answer for them, but I don't believe they're necessarily the same. So it just sort of with that precursor, but clearly, the more comparable the projects are, the better.
And Mr. Woolridge, could you just go to page 1 of this report or exhibit Solano 15R? You're Dr. Michael, you just made a distinction, but you agree that this exhibit is a cost benchmarking, correct? At least
No,
in
that's what it. I guess that's what it says in the title. You're right. I'm referring to the body of it when it talks reference class forecasting. So I stand corrected there. I said this isn't my report.
But you're relying on it, correct?
Actually, I'm not. I mean, I relied on it to provide additional support to points that I made, but those points are adequately supported by the Department of Water Resources cost estimate. I mean, it actually, while most analysis is provided on the midpoint, it shows a low and a high range in that estimate. And that high range on that estimate is clearly within the bounds that I used as in a high cost scenario. So when you use the term rely on it, I think everything that I've produced and discussed and presented stands just fine without it. However, this was a new report from what I view as a reliable source that was provided to me that was focused specifically on this proposal and its cost risks. So I felt that it was a useful source to cite.
But you've already stated that you don't know who commissioned this exhibit, correct?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
I do not know specifically who commissioned this report.
And you stated that you don't know who paid for this report to be produced, correct?
That is correct.
And are you aware that none of the authors of this exhibit are available for cross-examination by the Department of Water Resources or others?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Where, I think you've made your point, Ms. Morris. Where are you
Well,
going with this?
Well, if you scroll down, it doesn't assume facts not in evidence. It lists the authors, and none of them are available for cross-examination or were listed on the protestants' case in chief for witnesses. I have several questions about the validity of this analysis, and if Dr. Michael and the protestants would withdraw this, I have about 60 questions that I can just skip. But otherwise, I'm going to go through this in detail because he's relying on it and he's the only witness that cites to it. And I don't
I
have
think
the
that's
option.
I think that's fine, Ms. Morris. We were just I think the question as to the availability of the witnesses for cross-exam, I'm not sure that's a question for Dr. Michael, but I think we can move on from there.
And I would like to object to the whole line. Dr. Michael did not testify that this was the best or the highest and best analysis. This was an analysis that he came in contact with that he believes illustrates the conclusions he had already come to based largely on the DWR data, DWR studies, DWR graphics.
And let's see how this, thank you, Mr. Keeling. Let's see how this goes. I think it's fair for Ms. Morris to ask questions about this document of Dr. Michael, given his scope of expertise, regardless of the extent to which he actually relied upon it. So I think that's generally speaking fair, but let's see where this goes. We'll deal with this on a case-by-case basis. Back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that Solano 15R frequently states that the DCP is already priced higher than almost every other tunnel in the reference class? We could turn to page 28 if that helps. Thank you, Mr. Woolridge.
Yeah, I don't remember that specific statement. I remember them talking about the fact that it is it is high cost and above average for the among the higher cost projects that are in there.
Well, if I could just
Set of reference projects, and they and my understanding is they point that out is because that's a risk factor, I believe, in their view.
And if we just want to look at right there, table 8, where it says table 8, if you go down 1, 2, Whoops, now I lost my count. 1, 2, 3. On the basically on the beginning on the third line into the fourth, it says the project's already priced higher than almost every other tunnel in the reference class, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding that sentence. Could you direct me to it
Sure.
again?
Yeah. So you see where it says table 8, correct?
Oh, okay, there.
And then go down, just go down to 3 lines and then over to the first sentence where that begins with it also. And that sentence reads that,
Oh, now I see it. I'm sorry, I was down towards the bottom of the page. Yeah, I see that.
and that is based on a $447 million per mile number that is that comes from this exhibit, correct?
That's the number in the sentence. Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to go back. 'Cause you said you you came about this, or Mr. Keeling said you came about this study. So did you? I'm still confused about where this exhibit came from. Did Mr. Keeling and Miss Meserve provide this to you, since you didn't have any direct contact with the authors?
Yes,
Okay. So you didn't bring this to the table. It was brought to your attention, correct?
it was brought to my attention, yes, that this might be useful reference.
And in looking at the $447 million per mile, do you know how the author derived this number?
I do not.
Do you have a calculator handy? I said you might need it. On your phone, perhaps?
Sure, I can pull out my phone if I want to. I mean, if I were reading this and just, my $20 billion project, what is it, a 45-mile tunnel?
45 miles, yeah.
Yeah,
So in essence, isn't it the 447 is based on the $20.1 billion and dividing that by 45 miles, correct?
Objection, the
I
witness
don't
has
know. I
already
haven't tried that.
testified, the witness has already testified that this is not his report. He didn't do the calculations underlying these numbers. These are not his numbers.
Well, let's go to just math.
Is that
Oh my God.
the result? I mean,
Yeah, you can
so
divide it.
what is that?
And
Do you want to tell me what to punch into my calculator, Ms. Morris?
sure.
Is this
I'm
what
not very
you?
good at math, but I could do this one. So if we take $20.1 billion and divide it by 45 miles, we come up with roughly $447 million per mile.
Okay,
Does that sound correct?
that sounds correct. And my reference was just saying, kind of ballparking it, reading it. That's like this number appears to be close to that. Yeah.
Okay. And if we could pull up Solano 18, please, Mr. Woolridge. Um, and you're familiar with this cost summary, correct, Dr. Michael, that was provided by the DCA for the Delta Conveyance project?
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
If we could please go to PDF page 10. We could make it just slightly bigger. And looking at the middle of this page, the summary of the construction estimate, would you agree that the total cost for the main tunnels and shafts, or otherwise the tunneling portion of this project, is $6.353 billion?
Yes.
And that $6.353 billion includes a risk treatment, correct?
Yes, it does.
And using your calculator, if we apply the 30% contingency that the DCA used, which you can see down below table 4.1 under right under the bold subtotal construction costs. Do you see that? 30%.
Yes.
And if we apply the 30% contingency just to the tunnel component, would you agree that the number is around $8.26 billion?
That sounds correct.
And using the logic that was applied in Solano 15R to calculate the 447 for tunnels per mile, if we divide that 8.26 by 45 miles, it would be roughly a cost of $184 million per mile, correct?
If one were to do it, and here's the thing where, this is not my report, okay? But so I don't know everything that's behind this or the one that you're showing me, but the language of the report says a tunneling project of this size. I think they are, and this is, I don't know the details how this is produced, but a tunneling project of this size, all of these things are part of the tunneling project. I mean, you're referring to the construction costs of the tunnel itself, but the project includes everything that needs to be constructed with that tunnel to make it useful. Now, I don't have their database, but when they're looking at other tunneling projects, whether, and I think of some famous ones, whether it's the Big Dig or the Seattle Transportation one or the English Channel Tunnel. I don't know if when they're benchmarking to tunnel projects like that, if they're focusing just on the tunnel or whether all those projects would have a lot of things in addition to the tunnel that would be required for the project itself to make the project usable. So I think, um, so I would just sort of leave it at that. And if one were, I think it's those are things about their considerations with comparability of projects, but I don't know what component of their reference projects is just the tunnel structure itself, and what is the things that necessarily go along with it.
I agree that data is not provided.
Mhm.
And there's no way for anyone who's looking at this information to determine what elements of tunneling were or were not included. But the report does apply a higher risk factor because it is a tunneling project, correct?
I actually don't recall that detail. Whether the tunneling projects had a slightly higher risk profile compared to others. I know there was a more focused reference class and a broader one.
I'm going to circle back to that because I believe you stated that you cite Flyberg for that conclusion that tunneling projects do have a higher risk. And I can pull the site, but if you recall,
I accept that. I believe that that's probably true. I just when you asked me, I did not feel completely certain of that.
But you do now?
I'd like some clarification here. When council used the word "the report," was she talking about the report on the screen in front of us, or going back to the global report?
And Ms. Morris, I was confused too, because there seemed to be two different questions that happened here. I understood your first question, Ms. Morris, to be whether the authors of the report, this SOL 18, had applied a higher construction contingency because this was a tunnel project. Was that your question?
Yes, but then I was talking about SOL 15, the report that we were going through. I was responding to an answer that Dr. Michael gave about SOLR 15, and I asked if the SOLR 15 applied a higher contingency because
Okay.
it was a tunneling project and there was more risk associated with it.
Let's go back and try that question again. Dr. Michael?
Could you repeat that one again? I'm getting more confused. I'm sorry.
Maybe it's confusing to have the SOL 18, so maybe let's put SOL 15R back so that we know that that is what we're talking about. In SOR 15, they apply a higher risk factor because it is a tunneling project, correct?
Yes.
And if we apply, so if in fact, the $447 dollars per mile is effectively more than cut in half because you only apply the contingency to the tunneling portion of the project, that would impact the findings in this report, correct?
Objection, speculation. Counsel is trying to get this witness to tear apart and critique a report he didn't prepare and which he relied on only as support for conclusions reached primarily on DWR information.
Well,
This is not the center of his testimony.
that aside, which again, I think it's fair for Ms. Morris to ask Dr. Michael questions, although this one, I don't understand. You can try the question again, Ms. Morris, but I'm not following the logic of this line of questioning. I mean, it just seems very speculative to me.
Yep. Well, I would just note that the witness testified that the projects and the data that support this analysis are not provided to anyone. So it is impossible to ascertain what costs they were including and not including. But the risk factor for the tunnels is higher. So if we can go back to SLO 18, page 10. In looking at this summary of construction estimates, Dr. Michael, would you agree that there are significant elements of the project cost that are not associated with tunnels? Slightly half, maybe slightly less than half.
No, I don't agree with that.
But you agree that the pumping plant and surge basin are above ground features, would you not?
Are the pumping plant and surge basin, my understanding, are part of the project. They are part of the tunnel project in order to make that tunnel do what is intended to be done. So I don't, and I asked, I earlier on I sort of asked the question about, what is the project, and you can describe something as a tunneling project, but it's everything associated with it for it to operate.
Would you apply the same risk factor to above surface construction projects as you would apply to tunneling projects?
Objection calls for speculation.
Over,
Yeah, I already gave an answer that said that I don't know, that it's logical to me that these other tunneling projects consisted of additional elements to make them operational. If you're building a tunnel for a train or to transport people, that would require additional elements to make for safety, for the people and to make that operate. If you're building a tunnel for a water conveyance, you in this case would need a pumping plant in order for it to perform the way that you want. So, it's like I said, this report you're asking about is not my report. I think the things you're referring to might speak to your earlier questions about comparability, but I do not believe that the math exercise that you are asking me to do on my calculator is valid for those reasons.
You would agree if we go back to Solano. It's easier for me just to say Solano. 15R, you agree that the data for class, the class of projects was not provided in this exhibit or any exhibit supporting Solano R.
Wasn't provided to me.
And it's not contained in the Solano R, correct?
No, it is not. No.
And in your professional line of work, do you think it's prudent to rely on a report when you cannot analyze or understand the underlying data?
Objection argumentative, calls for speculation and out of context.
Let,
If I may, he relied on this report. He said it supports his opinions, and it's the basis of two components of his opinions as well as supporting. And
I think it's fair to ask about the report, Ms. Morris. It's your characterization of the report, which I'd rather have Dr. Michael characterize. I'm trying to think of a question to get Dr. Michael to characterize the reliability of the report. So maybe I'll look to you, Dr. Michael. Do you consider, based on the information you have and the underlying data or lack thereof, that you have related to the conclusions in this report, in your professional opinion, is it appropriate to rely on this report?
Is it appropriate? I believe it is appropriate to use it as additional support for the analysis that I did. Yeah.
And would you,
With the term relies, I would say I do not solely rely on it. So I just want to make that distinction.
noted, and then I'll hand it back to you, Ms. Morris.
it wasn't exactly my question, and
I know.
just tried.
I know it wasn't. But you can try yours
I appreciate the help. I can use it anywhere I can get it. As a methodology for sorry, let me strike that. Regarding the methodology, does it make sense to use a report when you do not have the underlying data for the projects?
Well, objection ambiguous, underlying data for the project. What does that mean in this context?
That's fair, Ms. Morris.
I said projects. I'm happy to lay a foundation. Dr. Michael, would you agree that the a Solano 15R includes at least 80 representative projects to compare tunneling projects to compare the DCP in a benchmarking exercise?
Yes.
And the purpose of the benchmarking is to look at potential cost overrun and schedule overrun, correct?
Yes.
And the data for the individual projects that are used in SOL are as benchmarking. It does not provide the individual project cost, correct?
For the 80 projects you're referring to.
Correct.
Yeah. That's true.
And does sorry, I can't do that. Does Solano 15R include the time overrun or schedule overrun for those 80 projects referenced in the report?
No, it does not.
So back to my original question. In your expert line of work, does it make sense to use a report for benchmarking when you don't have the data for those individual projects that are you're benchmarking your project to.
Yeah, well, I'll I'll point out that the DWR cost estimate that I used as the primary source, I took values from that report, and I don't have all the underlying data that underlie those cost numbers as well. I don't know whether that's because it's proprietary or wasn't in the summary, but I don't have the expertise as well. So in this case, yes, I don't have all that data that underlies it. It's frequent to cite reports that are published, and I guess where you don't have all the data that underlies it and you have not replicated it.
I want to register an objection to this entire line because it mischaracterizes Dr. Michael's use of this exhibit, which was had nothing to do with data underlying a particular project discussed in the exhibit, but rather to highlight and illustrate the dangers of not doing a feasibility analysis, not doing a benefit cost analysis, and not assessing the risks prior to commitment to a project. So I think this entire line of questioning is frankly a waste of time.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Keeling, but I will allow Ms. Morris to continue.
And if we could look at PDF page 36 of Solano 15R. Dr. Michael, if maybe we could just scroll down a tiny bit. Thank you, Mr. Woolridge, right there. Do you see under the paragraph that this exhibit is using the baseline cost estimate of $15.9 billion?
Yes.
Do you know where that $15.9 billion came from?
It looks like the reference there is DCA 2025. Or is it you? Yeah. Mhm.
Do you agree that that's the 15.9 billion dollars is the cost? If not, we can pull up DCA 2025.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact figure before the contingency is applied.
Okay.
But I think that's how it's represented there, and that sounds about right.
Okay. Could we, sorry to do this, but can we pull up Solano 18 and PDF page 10? And do you see, Dr. Michael, that the subtotal construction cost before the contingency is 11.548 billion, not 15.9 billion, correct?
Yeah, I don't see 15.9 billion in that table.
And even if we were to apply the contingency, which I don't think was the point of that, the total construction cost with the contingency is 15.012 billion, correct?
That's what it says in the table, yes.
And then if we could go back just so as not to create confusion to Solano 15R, how do you know how this exhibit draws the conclusion of a 26.41% contingency?
I don't know. This isn't my report.
Earlier, I just want to be clear that this exhibit Solano 15R was not published, correct? It's not published anywhere.
I I don't know.
You know if it's peer reviewed?
I don't know that either.
Would you agree based on when we just looked at Solano 18 that the contingency applied to the Delta Conveyance project is 30%?
Yes. Oh, yes, it was in the table you showed me. Yes.
And back to Solano 15R, would you agree that this exhibit uses two potential reference classes?
Yes.
And the one just includes water projects, correct?
I'd have to go back and look at it
Yeah, we can look
again.
at it.
I'm
We can pull up
sorry.
page 12.
I'm
No,
not trying to be evasive. This isn't my report.
it's
So,
fair. And I was looking at this until midnight last night, so it's fresh in my mind.
okay.
If we can go to PDF page 12, I believe it's at the bottom, yes. So do you see that the others road tunnels?
Oh, yeah, yes. Okay. Now I see what you're referring to. Yes. And I'm aware of that. Yes, there's more road tunnels and water tunnels in the reference class.
And how many water projects tunnels are used?
It says 20.
And how many are road projects, road tunnel projects?
66.
Would you agree that this report does not tell us where all of these 160 projects occur globally? Sorry, strike that. I'm sorry, strike that. I actually want to go to page 7, if we could. And I was a little confused by this, but do you see in the beginning of the paragraph, it says that Oxford Global Projects have researched 20,000 projects.
Yes.
And of those 20,000, it says 160 include tunnels, correct?
Yes.
And I couldn't see for the 160 anywhere that it defined a geographic area of where those tunneling projects occurred. Do you have any idea?
I do not.
And can we go back to page 12 again? Would you agree that of those 160 projects, only 686 tunneling projects were used for this exhibit?
Again, calls for speculation and calls for detailed testimony about a report which the witness has already said he did not prepare.
Overruled, if you know, Dr. Michael.
No, you're gonna have to repeat the question now.
Sure.
Sorry.
Just I'm looking at the bottom where
Mhm.
it talks about 66 and 20 cases for
Right.
the data set. So
Mhm.
would you agree that of the 160 projects that they first referenced that were tunnel on page 7, that only 86 tunnel projects were used for this study?
And on the previous one you showed me, how many tunnels did it say it was?
160.
160 tunnels, and here are 86. Yeah, maybe there's different kinds of tunnels that they excluded from the reference class. So
Okay.
there's more than road and water tunnels, but I guess they chose to use those. So
And if we could look, and maybe because just so that it's easier, and if we can go to page 13, and then I'll ask you my question so you can see. If we could scroll down to table 2. Okay. And looking at table 2, how many of the 20 tunneling projects for water were in North America? I see 11. If you agree with that, that's great. If not, please let me know.
Okay, thanks for helping me through it. Trying to understand what the data is in this table. So North America, number of tunnels, 11, and it's a reference class tunnel metrics. Okay.
And are you aware that the tunneling methodology for the Delta Conveyance project is Earth Pressure Balance, also known as EPB?
I don't know anything about tunneling technology, so no.
Okay. But do you see in North America, all of the projects that are used are in hard rock? Do you see that under the dominant boring method on the far right-hand column?
It doesn't say that all of the projects are hard rock. It says dominant and boring method. So I don't know what they mean by that. It might be the most common boring method of those 11.
But do you see in Oceano, they have EPB/hard rock, and then other ones above say EPP slurry, but you can see clearly on North America 11 that it only lists hard rock, correct?
Continuing objection calls for speculation, and if the line of questions is simply asking the witness to read what's on the screen, we are wasting our time.
I think that the latter is might be true. I'm operating on the assumption, Ms. Morris, that we're getting to a question within Dr. Michael's expertise here. So, because I can read we'll read the report. It's an exhibit.
I'll move on. On page 8, can scroll down, second paragraph. And if you can just see where it says impractical terms, if you can just read that to yourself. Tell me when you're ready.
All right, I read it. Yes.
Would you agree that the report concludes that you can have a sufficient reference class that is comprised of 20 to 30 similar projects?
That's what it says. Yes.
And we've identified already that there were 20 water tunneling projects in this exhibit 15R, correct?
I'm taking your word at that. I'm not remembering every number that we talked
Fair.
about 5-10 minutes ago. So
If there were 20 tunneling projects, why do you think this report would also add road tunnels to the reference class?
Calls for speculation. Again, he did not write this report or contribute to it.
If you have an opinion within your professional expertise, Dr. Michael.
yeah, I can't answer that question.
Actually, I did have just going back, are you familiar with the authors of the report in general?
I'm familiar with no, I mean in general, I know that people that were, and I'm going to say pronounce the name Flyberg, has a long history of published work, and these are people that have worked with them over the years. So that's I'm familiar on that level.
Do you know if any of them are engineers?
Oh, I don't know anything about the specific bio of the people in the report.
And then looking at page 10, and this might just be a no, but I need to ask since you did not prepare this. I'm looking at the table in 10 and figure 2, sorry. Do you know if this table accounts for escalation?
I don't know. Again, this isn't my report. I produced the table.
And do you know have you seen the underlying data for figure 2?
No, I have not.
And if we could look at page 11 of the report. I'm asking if you know, and if you don't, that's fair. I certainly don't know. Looking at the let's see, under the for benchmarking, we used estimated, so it's the second line above,
Hmm.
adjust the current. Yeah. Do you see that? Do you know what is meant by estimated and actual construction cost and time only?
Objection. I assume the council means as used in this report.
That's why I referenced the sentence. I'm
Okay.
trying to understand what it means.
Calls for speculation.
Overruled to the extent you have a professional opinion, Dr. Michael.
I can say, I guess I interpret that as looking time defined from the point in which physical construction begins to to the time that it's over, and as opposed to including um, I don't know, like planning time or pre-work or post-work. I think like for the Delta Tunnel, I've heard the timeline described from 20 years to 13 or something, and I think that that would be similar. That what's some amount of time is actual physical construction, and some amount of time involves some final planning or acquiring land and things of that nature.
And would you agree that the 2024 DCA cost estimate included a figure, and I can pull it up if you don't recall it, that showed, where the project was in terms of planning and the associated risk and potential, let's use it, bookmarking. I believe you also used that table in your
Yes,
graphic in your presentation.
yes, I think we're thinking of the same one. So, yes,
And you agree that that graphic was part of the DCA cost estimate, correct?
that's correct. Yes,
And the cost estimate was made public, correct?
yes,
And it's available on the DCA website, if you
yes.
know. Um, if we could go to page 27 of this report, and if you could scroll slightly down. If we could go down, sorry, a little bit more. Okay. Um, yep, slightly, just a couple more. On that last bullet point, do you see that this exhibit says that the average depth of the Delta Conveyance project is 155 feet?
Yes.
And if we can scroll up, sorry, to the bullet above where it says tunnel depth, and would you agree that based on that 155 average depth that the Delta Conveyance project is not a medium depth tunnel at 165 to 330 feet, based on this report or exhibit?
Okay, so you're referring to a sentence where they're defining less deep as less than 165 feet, medium depth 165 to 330,
Yes.
and then comparing that to below where it says 155. So, okay.
So do you agree that the medium depth tunnels, they assign a 23% higher schedule overrun risk?
Yeah, I mean, they, uh, I mean, that's what it says. I mean, if I'm hesitating, it's your use of the word assign, and I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. But if, yes, it says that they have about a 23% higher schedule overrun risk. I don't know exactly um, how they're using it.
Okay. And are you aware that this exhibit assigns that 23% risk to the Delta Conveyance project, even though it is not at a depth of 165 to 330 feet?
Objection, the document speaks for itself.
Assumes facts not in evidence as well.
Which facts, Ms. Meserve?
Well, she's asserting something about the report that I don't think she can back up.
It's the connection that the 23% that was in the tables that I believe there was 23% in the tables we reviewed, Ms. Morris. Maybe we can go back to that citation. Wasn't there a chart with 23% in it?
Yeah, I'm trying to,
To
sorry.
figure out where it is. Sorry, I
Yeah,
caught
no,
you on the fly.
I think she's mischaracterized that last bullet.
Yeah, if we want to just scroll down, I asked if he was aware. So if he's not aware, he can say he's not aware. But if
Well,
you,
well, it may not be, the underlying presumption may not be accurate, which is to connect this 23%, which I believe is an observation about past facts, based on analysis, and then an assignment of an overrun risk to this particular project, whether the 23% is equivalent. I don't know if there's something that connects those dots in this document that you're aware of.
I'm looking exactly at the language that talks about, and this is not me asserting, it's just pointing to the report. It says the average, it's talking about the Delta Conveyance project. On the third bullet, it says it's an average depth of 155, which we've already established, and that it says it lies below the medium depth category, but they're applying the 23% compared to shallower tunnels.
Oh, mischaracterized. Read the sentence.
That's not my understanding of this. This particular sentence is my understanding is that this particular sentence is making a statement about medium depth tunnels other than the Delta Conveyance, which would, as you point out, would not include the Delta Conveyance project. Right?
That's fine. I know it's there. There's 23%. I can pull it back later. My question
Okay.
was whether he was aware, and if he isn't,
Well,
that-
I'm going to
I think
sustain.
it speaks to my questioning of interpreting the word assign. It says here um, and again, not my report, but it just says the depth is approaching a threshold at which schedules increase sharply, indicating a heightened risk of delays as depth approaches this boundary. It does not say that they've assigned 23% in any of their calculations at all. I think it's just pointing out that it's close to this boundary.
okay.
And it's the way they define them.
And if we can pull up DWR 114, please.
Mhm.
I'm gonna start, I think, moving to a different direction. If you want me to keep going, I'm happy to.
Let's, as in terms of a break, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll take 10 minutes and come back at 10:26. See you then. All right, it is 10:26. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And I will look to our attorneys and Dr. Michael when you're ready. And I see I have all three of you. With that, back to you, Ms. Morris.
Yeah, I'd like to make a request that if protestants intend on submitting SOL 15R, that they provide the project data for the 86 projects that were used to benchmark. The rationale is that the information is based on compiling all the projects. I'm unaware of where they're located. I'm unaware of the cost. We cannot look at the cost estimates or the cost overruns to see if the data is accurate. And so without having that information, we are unable to fully assess the accuracy and relevance, frankly, of the projects that were chosen in Solano 15R.
So I'm going to direct Ms. Morris to that you meet and confer with Mr. Keeling and Ms. Meserve on that issue. I think I'd like the at least the parties represented here to discuss, and then if there remains a dispute and an outstanding request, then I think we can bring that here, possibly in the form of a motion of some kind so that there's something to act upon. But if you would first meet offline and have a conversation about that, I think that would be most appropriate.
Yes, and Ms. Morris, what would be helpful to me, because it may entail proprietary information, because as you may know, Oxford Global Projects has a proprietary database that they use for their work in reference cost forecasting. So if to begin the conversation, if I could have an email or something in writing requesting exactly what DWR would like, then I could begin the conversation with Oxford Global Projects. And then maybe after I have that initial check-in with Oxford, then come back to you and have that meet and confirm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Dr. Michael. I would like, if we could, Mr. Woolridge, to pull up DWR 114. And Dr. Michael, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And would you agree that DWR has conducted a cost or a benefit cost analysis for the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes, I would.
And would you agree that DWR 00114 assesses the economic value of the Delta Conveyance project? I'm not
Yeah.
saying you agree with the assessment, but it does.
No, yes, it does.
Okay. In preparing your testimony, did you review Metropolitan Water District's 2020 Integrated Resource Plan?
Portions of it.
And in your testimony, if you want to look with me on page 8, that's
Sure.
Solano 1.
Okay.
I believe you state that the benefit cost analysis conducted by DWR relies only on extreme worst case demand scenario shown as scenario D in MWD's Integrated Resources Plan. Is that accurate?
That's what it says. Yes, and that's true.
And are you aware that MWD's Integrated Resource Plan also includes other scenarios, A, B, and C?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And do those scenarios have, in your opinion, more realistic demand forecasts, correct?
The scenario A and C are more realistic. Yes, I consider them still to be on the high side, but I would consider them to be reasonable.
Okay. And I think it might be helpful to pull up what we have sent over and marked as DWR 1106. And you said that you're familiar with this 2020 Integrated Water Resource Plan, correct?
I don't recall reading that document. I know that this is where the four scenarios originated, and the documentation of those scenarios is on Metropolitan's website. And so I would obtain the characterization, uh, the descriptions there. I don't recall this specific uh, document.
Oh, okay. I asked you earlier if you reviewed it in preparing your testimony, and I believe you said yes.
I said portions of it, and I guess that was
Okay.
my way of qualifying that I had reviewed the definitions of the scenarios,
Okay.
which are sort of in various documents.
If we could turn to PDF page 5 of DWR 1106, please. And are you familiar with this graphic that is
Yes,
summarizing the scenarios? Okay, great. Don't the different scenarios also vary? Sorry, let me say, do the scenarios in Metropolitan's Integrated Resource Plan only vary in the water demand forecast?
no, that's they vary in the water demand forecast, and they vary on the assumptions about here the um, imported supply and the future conditions.
Okay. And are you familiar with Metropolitan sources of imported water?
The large ones, yeah,
So you're familiar that one of the sources is the Colorado River.
yes, I am.
And are you aware if Metropolitan expects its source of Colorado River supplies to be stable in the future or reduced?
I believe there's expectations of reductions. Um, and I believe in my testimony, or my oral comments, and I can't recall directly if I said this, but uh, I believe that scenario C of the if this is what you had to choose from, scenario C, I would believe would be the most prudent uh, one of these to rely upon.
And the difference between scenario C and D is high versus low demand, but reduced imports stays constant in both scenarios, correct?
That's correct.
And you are challenging the demand assumptions as unrealistic in the benefit cost analysis, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the 2020 planning document that we are looking at and marked as DWR 1106 is planning to the year 2045?
Objection. The witness has already said he's not reviewed this document.
I believe the witness said that he did review this document. Is that
I mean, portions of it. These scenarios are in multiple documents, and sometimes I get confused between, Camp 4W and IRP and these different documents where these graphics and stuff appear. But um, and I reviewed the scenarios and their projections, and they went to 2045. I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And isn't it true that DWR's cost benefit analysis assumes the same demand in 2145 as it does for 2045?
Yeah, and that's actually an unrealistic assumption if you're particularly as population growth is a driver. Um, California DOF actually projects that California's population peaks shortly after 2045 and statewide population goes into decline. Global population projections for planet Earth project population decline for most of the period that the DCF is operating. So while I did not go into this, the suggestion that demand in the 2100s will be way more than today, I actually think is incorrect because population is actually projected to decline technology will certainly change, and we know that changes in technology and the way people live have had a significant impact on water demand in the future. So, you know, I believe that in the early decades of this project operating, there's strong reason to believe that demand will be higher then than in the distant future.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Morris. I see Mr. Busher has a hand up. If the hearing team can please elevate Mr. Busher. And I apologize if I didn't see you right away, Mr. Busher. I had my participant screen closed so I could see the text larger.
Not a problem, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to note for clarity of the record, this document was previously marked as Baykeeper Exhibit 8 as part of Mr. Goshi's testimony. Um, I'd prefer to use one, but as long as it's on the record that it's the same one, that's fine with me.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Busher. And back to you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. And I apologize. I missed that. We're happy to use Baykeeper 8. We'll just confirm so that it's the same.
That would streamline. Thank you.
And sorry, we got a little off track, but so I believe you are saying in essence that you think that the demand, no growth for 100 years is also not accurate because you believe that water demand in 2145 is going to be lower.
I'm saying that it is extremely plausible. Now, I'm aware that DWR's benefit cost analysis report statement that it holds demand constant after this assumption of super extreme growth over the next 20 years is an argument in that report that they're being conservative. I'm saying that's not conservative at all. That in fact, based on sort of recent history and projections for growth within that region, there's a stronger case for the opposite than that being conservative. Now, having said that, I don't question their, keeping it stable is that's not my after that point is not a major point of dispute at all. However, what I am disputing is the characterization of that as a conservative assumption. There's no basis whatsoever that the kind of growth that's assumed in this report will ever occur in this region that receives this water.
So I like to understand just very briefly, you make the statement that technical
technology?
Sorry, actually, I just want to go back I think the demand forecasts you use only go to 2070, correct?
The demand forecast that's true, that I used to point out how high this one was. Yes. The Department of Finance forecast for the state of California, that's where they end.
Okay. And as a rationale for your conclusion that there will be less water demand in 2145, you stated technological advances. Where's the basis for what those technological advances would be, and where can I find the data to support that statement?
I mean, this is sort of a general statement about the world. So I don't know. In my references, I reference the State Water Board's reports last year that show declining demand. I could dig up reports about, look at water saving appliances. Every toilet isn't a low flow toilet, and every shower head isn't a low flow shower head. But as all these things get replaced over time, those will become more efficient. And so there's a clear trend towards increasing uh, water efficiency. Demographers who project population are projecting declines, and certainly not growth over the period that you're talking about. So
Well, I'm
it's
focusing very specifically on the technical advancements that you're relying on, and I don't see that in your testimony. Is that somewhere? Do you know what those technological advances are going to
I
be?
gave examples of what they would be, but actually by the nature of technological advances, you don't know exactly what they're going to be in 2145. But
So
I
it's
do
kind of
know
stuck
that
in,
technology advances.
okay.
I can rely on history and our experience to know that technology advances, and I can rely on uh, you know demographic projections. So there's no certainty around it. Certainly saying, in my professional judgment, I would not view flat water demand for the 100 years between the period of 2045 and 2145 to be a conservative assumption as portrayed in DWR. Uh, there are, I believe, stronger reasons to expect that demand to decline over that period.
I'd like to ask you about some questions about discount rate. In completing your benefit cost analysis, you used a 3% real discount rate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is a discount rate?
Yeah. So a discount rate is what's used to control for the time value of money when you're doing these sorts of analysis. Benefits and costs accrue at different periods in time, and it's a technique that's common in engineering and economics to um, bring those values that happen at different times into a single, make them comparable.
I think the definition, as I understand that you just gave me, was for a real discount rate versus a nominal discount rate. Is that correct? I think
Um,
I just asked what is a discount rate. So I just want to make sure.
yeah, that's a real discount rate if the values are yes, if the values you're working with are in constant year dollars. But anyway, that's the purpose of it.
What's the difference between a nominal and a real discount rate?
Uh, the difference between a nominal and a real discount rate would be if your values included inflation, like you were working with uh, um, values for future benefits that had an assumed rate of inflation in them.
In your professional line of work, is there guidance that could be used by a professional for selecting a real discount rate when doing a benefit cost analysis?
There are a variety of sources. Yeah,
Would you agree that one of those sources is the Office of Management and Budget Guidance in Circular A94?
that is one of the sources. Yes.
Um, are you familiar with the cost benefit analysis that was performed for the California water fix?
Yes.
And you also disagreed with the water fix cost benefit analysis, correct?
Yes, I did.
Isn't it true that the water fix cost benefit analysis used a 3% real discount rate?
That's correct. I believe. Yes.
And at the time you disagreed with that real discount rate, correct?
I have to go back and look at the source. I might have used 3.5% is that what I did? I believe I may have used 3.5%, but something
I know
that
it
was
was
also
different,
common.
but I don't
Yeah.
remember what it was.
Yeah, so it might have been 3.5 instead of 3.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Were you aware at the time that the water fix cost benefit analysis that was done that the OMP, Office of Management and Budget Guidance had a 3% real discount rate
That
option for
that
long-term?
sound, yeah, that um, sounds sounds plausible, probably true.
And are you aware that the Office of Management and Budget A94 is updated from time to time?
Yes.
And are you aware that it was updated in 2023?
Um, yes.
Would you agree that 3%, which you use in your report, is above the now federally specified discount rate in the Office of Management and Budget A94?
Objection calls for speculation. If counsel has a document, uh, and she should bring it up rather than asking the witness to agree to statements out of in a vacuum.
I have the document. I'm happy to bring it up. I was just trying to expedite it if you knew. It's a pretty
Yeah,
common economists use frequently, so I just trying to save time.
yeah, yes. It is a source, and it does have a lower value than I used. Yes.
Would you agree that using a higher real discount rate, such as 3, would show a lower present value benefit?
Yes.
And if we went from a 3% to a 2% real discount rate, that could be on the order of billions of dollars and a decreased present value benefit, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk a little bit about more about the construction costs in the 70% that you use. So if maybe we
Hmm.
can pull up your testimony, Solano 1, and I'll ask the question, but it's page 11 if we need to look there. You assumed costs with a 70, sorry, you assumed a scenario with a 70% increase in costs for the Delta Conveyance project. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I used.
And looking at the citations in this section of your report, it appears to be based on the Flyberg paper that was published in 2004 and attached as, I believe, Estolano 17. Does that sound right?
Yes, yes.
Um, are you aware that the Flyberg paper that you cited is a companion paper to a different article by Flyberg entitled "How Common and How Large Are Cost Overruns in Transport Infrastructure Projects"?
Uh, yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And if we could just pull up Solano 17, please. Thank you. And I couldn't find it. I'll represent I couldn't find it, but my question is, in Solano 17, uh, this paper does not provide the sample data collection and methodology used to support its conclusions.
So the I don't know if that's correct what you're asserting there. You know, it's um that 70% was uh a number that was it it was sort of derived from my understanding of this article. And my benefit cost analysis too has been previously noted. Um, it also relies on DWR's, or the DCA, I should say, cost analysis in the graphic we talked about that has a plus 80% in it. So I could have referenced that as well, but I'm just saying that I did not rely solely on this, but it was a basis to use 70% as a figure.
Okay. And I didn't see that you attached the a companion paper, but is that correct? You didn't provide it.
I don't think so. This is the reference I provided.
And sorry, I'm trying to get to the right page here. Are you aware of the 258 projects that were cited in this paper? How many were in North America?
I'm not aware of that. No.
Are you aware of the projects, the 258 projects that were used in Solana? And if we want to, we can just look just to confirm that on page 15 at the bottom, that we're talking about 258 projects in this.
Right. So
I have to make it a little bigger, yeah.
yeah. Okay. That's what it says. Yes.
And do you recall if the 2003 paper found that cost escalation appears to be more pronounced in developing nations than in North America or in Europe?
Yeah. I don't recall, but I'm guessing you're going to show me that it says that.
Sure, why not? I think it on PDF page 5.
Mhm. Um, yeah. I think it's important to clarify the purpose for which I use this paper, though, right? So I didn't use this paper. I've seen, writings and journalists and stuff talking about the cost of this, where they take a cost overrun project and apply it to a value and say, oh, we all know it'll cost 40 billion or 30 billion instead of 20. I didn't do that at all. You recall that my analysis for the base case completely relies upon DW's cost estimation. This particular figure is used to consider the sensitivity of the results to a cost escalation figure that is plausible. So that was set at and realistic, and so I use a 70% value on that, which falls below the high cost range in the DCA's own cost estimate report for the purpose of showing the sensitivity of the results to a cost escalation that the DCA even says is plausible, using a lower value here. So I just want to be clear what I use this for, and I did not use it to change or adjust uh, the base analysis or the numbers that are in my testimony, which do not rely on this, or I mean the numbers that are in the table in my testimony, which I focus on primarily.
So are you saying, I just want to be sure that I'm understanding, the 70% that you use, that is based on the graphic that shows the proposed DCP classification system bound of estimating accuracy? Is that the basis? One of the bases that you were just describing to me.
For the 70%, I believe that Now, it's been many months since I used this paper to settle on using 70% a value that is lower than the 80% of the DCA. And based on my recollection of 60, many months ago, I believe that figure was primarily derived from the risk factor of the construction time of the project. I believe there's some estimates in here about the how projects that are have longer build times and longer uh, longer construction periods and larger projects tend to uh, have higher cost escalation risk and higher average cost escalation. And I believe with the 15-year construction period of this fall fell upon one of the longest construction times that they had in their project and was clearly, or in their data, and clearly associated with uh, uh, cost escalation.
Do you have maybe it would be helpful to turn to, I'm trying to understand the formula. So maybe we could go to Solano 17, because I'm trying to understand how you derive the 70%.
Okay.
And if we could go to page 9, hopefully it's the same PDF page. Yeah. So I'm looking at this formula, and I think I'm not good at math, but I'm trying to see, and I believe that you possibly use this formula to come to 70%. Because if you tell me, because if I take 0.4 plus 4.64 times 15, T being 15, that equals 70%. Is that how you arrived at the 70%?
I don't remember if it was this equation here, but I remembered it was something similar to that showed uh, final cost escalation as a function of the construction duration of the project. I do remember that was a key variable. So it sounds like you've already plugged in the numbers here and got something around 70%. So um, that's probably right. Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to be clear, and that this formula is a global formula in the Flyberg paper. This is not just based on projects in North America, correct?
Um, that yes, that's correct.
And if we could pull up Solano 18, please. And if we could look at page 8, I hope it's the right PDF page. Sorry, my bad for not having this nailed down. Maybe just if we could scroll down to the next page. Hopefully it's only one off.
Mhm.
Yes. So you keep referring to that your 70% escalation is within the bounds of the DCP 80%. Is that what is this what you're basing that statement on? This graphic.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Are you aware that this is not an escalation, but rather is the bounds of the accuracy of the cost estimate?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Um,
It's not a projected escalation. That's true. Yeah.
um, if we could pull up, we're on Solano 18. Great, we'll stay here. Um, can we please look at PDF page 9? And just to be sure, when you took your bound, you took the total $20.1 billion and multiplied it by 70% to calculate your 14 million cost overrun. Is that how you calculated that potential cost overrun? I might have missed the
Yes.
math step
I
there.
mean, yeah, roughly that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. I'm not in charge of math homework at my house, by the way. So always correct me.
No,
Um,
that's yeah.
and then looking at so we're back to this Solano 18, and I think PDF page it must be down a little bit to under that third bullet. Do you see that the cost estimate, or would you agree that the DCP cost estimate applied risk treatment costs to certain elements of the project?
Yes.
And are you aware that in addition to those risk treatment costs, there was a 30% contingency also included?
Yes.
And looking at this same document on page 50, PDF 53. Okay, thank you. Would you agree that all of the elements that are shown here for the project, except for two, 83, the Skater project wide, and 93 project wide restoration and site establishment, include some form of risk treatment costs?
Yes.
And are you aware that the I'm sorry, that the contingency was applied to the total project element, including the risk treatment percentage?
Yes.
So when you added the 70% cost increase, you did not back out any risk treatment costs or other contingency in the number. Is that accurate?
I don't know why one would do that.
Okay. So no,
I
you
mean,
didn't. That's the you didn't.
uh, no, I didn't. I used the cost estimate.
Are you familiar with the Engineering News Records Construction Cost Index?
Yes.
And what does that index do?
Um, so I'm familiar with it. I know that it's a uh, measure that's used to um, for understanding changes in construction costs over time. Um, and if you wanted to know how those costs are changing, um, something focused on construction costs as opposed to say using general price inflation, that would be a source that you could rely on and often is relied on.
Thank you. And just if you're not aware, that's okay, but if you do you know from 1985 to 2020 what the Engineering News Record Index for cost escalation percentage was?
No, I don't know that.
You talked about water transfers as a viable alternative to the Delta Conveyance project in your testimony. Is that accurate?
I talk about it as one of many things that one might use as a basis for the value of the water supplies.
And I want to understand that. So I read it to say that transfers would be a potential way to increase yield rather than the Delta Conveyance project, but I just heard you say something different.
Yeah, I don't believe that was, I believe there's some discussion of water transfers as um, in the context of how should we value the incremental water supplies provided by the Delta Tunnel? And there are various ways that one might do that. And basically asking what's the value of water. Water transfers provide current market values for water, and that's one of the sources that you could look at.
So your contention in your testimony is not that water transfers could be used to replace the yield of the Delta Conveyance project, but rather it's a economic indicator of the cost of what water should cost.
It's an economic indicator of the value of water.
I'll try this again. Are you suggesting, in your opinions, that water transfers should be looked at as a way to make up yield instead of building the Delta Conveyance project?
I don't
Okay.
I make no assertion of that at all. I'm saying uh, the only time I recall discussing that is in sort of a discussion of what values one might apply to the water supplies that are produced by the result from the Delta Tunnel.
I think we should pull up Solano 14, which is your report, and maybe make sure we're on common understanding.
Okay. Yeah.
I was just going to suggest it.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you can maybe, if you have your report, if you want to
Yeah.
back to me to,
Where there's some discussion of
well,
water transfers.
I can do that. Just, I mean, I will just direct you to Solano 14 PDF page 12, and at the top of that sentence, I read this to say,
Oh, so when I said they're comparable to DCP water supplies at the source.
well,
Yeah.
I'm reading, sorry, what, sorry, not, I just want to make sure I'm reading that top sentence that says it's a direct approach for agencies to augment water supplies.
Yes. I don't.
Could we please clarify what the question is?
All right, I'll let her clarify instead of
Thank you.
maybe I'm wrong.
He appears to understand.
Well,
Yeah.
clarify for me, Ms. Morris, please.
I read this section of the report to suggest that water transfers were an option to augment water supply other than the Delta Conveyance project. Is that not correct? Or is that inaccurate? I'm not trying to
I would say
be
that's not correct. That's not how it's used. You know, I'm the water, and I'm going to make an assumption of where you're heading, so maybe it'll shorten this, but you know, the incremental increase in export water supplies of 400,000 some acre feet are much larger than is traded in water transfers a year. That might be where you're heading, but that's not what I'm suggesting here, that water transfers are a substitute. What I'm saying, this is a discussion of what sort of values we should place upon water supplies are produced by the uh, Delta Tunnel. And so this is showing current market prices that show under current conditions where the supply of water and the demand for water intersect and produce these market prices. So that's an indication of that value of water today. And when I'm talking about comparability, what I'm talking about uh, is, I guess, state water project transfers. I believe it's sort of making a point that people compare water supplies, that this DCF incremental water is water at the top of the aqueduct, California aqueduct, in the, you know, at the South Delta. and that's where I guess that's the point I was where I said it might be more comparable. Where some people point to, say, a water recycling plant or a desal plant in Southern California, and say that, well, that's not comparable because that's water of a differing water quality delivered in a different location that's much closer to the end user. Whereas we can look at water transfers for water that's comparable in the sense of its water from the State Water Project at the South Delta. So that's what I meant by comparable.
I just scratched out 5 pages, so thank you. So
Okay.
that helps a lot. And I want to ask a follow-up question is when you looked at those water transfer costs, you did not take into account the cost of conveying and delivering the water, correct?
Correct. And thanks. I'll aspire to be a better writer in the future so that it's more clear.
Well, thank you for letting me clarify. That was very helpful. I want to ask a couple questions about I think we're on your report still, Solano 14. So if we could look at PDF page 20, please. I guess I have a question regarding this portion of your report. In the first paragraph at the top, is that your opinion, your expert opinion?
Oh, I was looking at a different page. Are you talking about the quote?
I'm talking about the whole first paragraph. I'm trying to understand if that is your opinion in this matter.
Important to note.
In essence, the whole first sentence.
Oh, the report is not a scientific critique of the biology of the EIR. I agree with that sentence. Yes.
But it's not your opinion. Is it or is it not your opinion?
Yes, it is.
And what is the basis of that opinion?
The basis of that opinion is well, as example, I give a reference in the letter. At one point I thought I might try to be more ambitious in estimating a more comprehensive environmental cost of fisheries in this report. I'm not a fisheries biologist. Some of them that I talked to objected to the notion of I was looking for more specific numbers, like the EIR had this specific decrease in the population of winter run Chinook salmon. I asked a few biologists, how can I get a number like that for more species, or something that I can use more definitively in creating a value for that. And I think I would receive responses like there's no value for that, or someone would show me uh, quotes like this and say the value, or things like the value is extinction. So you shouldn't be using a quantitative value. You should be looking at extinction and the values of extinction. And so, yeah, I may be forgetting your original
That's okay.
question, but that I'm sort of going through the process where I just sort of narrowed this and said, all right, I'm just going to calculate a number from these two sources based on the one species in the EIR that gave a measure of quantitative decline. And in my judgment, that was a better approach to do than to leave the issue out of a benefit cost analysis, or to leave it blank as the DWR benefit cost analysis did.
And looking at the citation that you provide on footnote 33, that's is a 2023 EPA comment letter on the draft EIR, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with the incidental take permit that was issued for the Delta Conveyance project?
Vaguely, but that sort of recently was released. Yeah.
Would you agree that it was issued after 2023?
Yes, I believe it's just been issued this year. Is that correct?
I forget what year we're in. So I'm not going to call it.
Yeah, it was yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
It's 26 now.
it was last year. I can't remember. Do you have an understanding that the operational criteria from the draft EIR to the ITP have changed?
Uh, yes, I have heard that. Yes.
And is your understanding that the operational criteria are more or less restrictive?
Um, I believe it is how it's been described to me in a couple of things. I believe it is slightly more restrictive. I've also had it described to me that it has a duration of 2 years, which to me highlights the regulatory risk facing this project as a economic investment. Is that correct? I've been told it was 2 year duration.
Since I can't remember the years, I'm not going to opine.
Okay.
Plus, I'll get yelled at for trying to testify.
Yeah.
I want to look further down, and I believe you state that there will be 308 fewer escaping winter run females per year. I
Yeah,
believe,
that's a number that was in the EIR. So
and that was my question. That came from the EIR, correct?
yes. Has that estimate been updated for the new operating criteria?
Um, Also not going to comment.
I think Ms.
I,
Morris is
I'll get
in.
trouble.
I mean,
Um,
anyway, if there's a more recent number, I will gladly update that.
That's fine. I wanted to just, I think if we could, Mr. Rhodes, just quickly pull up, I believe the source of this, AHO 1101. And I believe PDF page 21. Is this table 12.38? This is the wrong, sorry. Is this AHO 1101? Can't see the top now. This is the appendix. I think
What is the title of the document you're looking for, Ms. Morris? That might help us.
it's table 12-38, and I believe it's in chapter 12, but I don't think it's in the appendix, but I could be wrong.
Just give us a moment. We'll try to
And
find it.
it could be me, so I can move on, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just wanted to understand the basis of your calculation is using the California Water Commission WISIP technical information guide to estimate the costs associated with the biological impact. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was the source for uh, uh, how we might value a change in the salmon population.
And have you reviewed that WISP technical information guide in detail?
It's a long document. In parts I have in the past.
And okay, we'll try this and maybe you don't know.
Mm.
The that 100,000 per fish was described as a benefit, right? More escaping fish per fish, 100,000. Is that accurate?
I think that's in the context of which it was used, yes. Mhm.
And are you aware of anywhere in the WISP technical guidance that has a economic value um, for fish that are not escaping?
Yeah, well, I will tell you that sort of in my um, personal opinion, and I think sort of basic economic valuation, that you would use uh, um, a higher value for that because as we see declines in the population, if anything, is they're becoming more rare and threatened, and our value for the remaining individuals would uh, thus go up. So you're right. I mean, this is a was used in this document for what they hope would be increased populations of salmon, but it's a value for a marginal change. I've made the assumption that the value for marginal decrease would be the same as a marginal increase. I believe that's a reasonable assumption. If I were to alter that in any way, it would be to use a higher value as we are talking about population declines from an already endangered status.
Have you reviewed the additional operational restrictions and required mitigation in the incidental take permit?
No,
So is it fair to say that your um, Solano 14 doesn't take those into account?
no, it's based on the EIR.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you so much for your time and your patience with me.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you, Dr. Michael. And with that, I will turn to a representative of state water contractors. If we can please elevate Mr. Krieger. Good morning, Mr. Krieger. You are welcome to come on camera and let me know if you have any questions for Dr. Michael.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. We do not have cross questions for Dr. Michael.
Thank you very much. And does any other party have cross-examination questions for Dr. Michael? All right. With that, I think what I need to do, because we went through that, we ended without suddenly. I need to take a look and see if the hearing team has any questions. So I would like to go ahead and take a 5-minute break and then return at 11:30 and we will pick up there. Thank you very much. All right. 11:31 to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for those 5 minutes. I think I have, and we'll make sure Dr. Michael is here, but I think I am going to have one set of questions, and I might get myself in trouble, but about discount rates. So here we go, as lawyers asking questions about discount rates.
Right.
Uh, and I have some understanding, and there was your testimony and your testimony today. But generally speaking, let's start with this. Generally speaking, it's my understanding that the discount rate applied to a project of this magnitude of cost can have a significant effect on a cost benefit analysis. Is that accurate?
Yes, it can. And you can, I mean, it's not uncommon for people to show some sensitivity analysis uh, and how that would change it.
And in your testimony and analysis, you applied a 3% discount rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you selected the 3% in part because it was similar to the discount rate applied to other types of state projects?
Yes. And yes, I mean, it's the most common discount rate that I've seen used in analyses of this kind. It's also true that real interest rates, which are one of the bases that are used for it, have been rising in recent years.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask. What is the discount rate? I mean, can you just describe some of the factors that would affect an appropriate discount rate when you're looking at a particular project?
Um, the factors that would be appropriate, I mean,
You just mentioned, for example, real interest rates. That has an impact on
yeah, I mean, that wouldn't necessarily vary by
by
the
project. I understand
project
that.
or
Yeah.
project characteristics. That's just sort of something that is used to benchmark them over time. You know, decades ago, people were uh, using 6 and 7% discount rates. You'll still see those in some analysis. In its 2008 guidelines, DWR was actually recommending the use of 6% discount rates. I think, uh, you know, I would view that as high. It uh, would make my conclusion stronger, but I view that as high. Um, you know, 3% is sort of the range that's been used historically. Some of these updates to guidance, whether it's OMB or others, or by the time those rules are drafted, often market conditions have changed. You know, we're in a period now of somewhat higher real discount rates than in the past. So yeah, it's not the biggest in terms of the difference in the benefit estimates that I have here that I calculated compared to DWRs. It's that that's not the biggest factor, and maybe I should have uh, done some calculation using that assumption to show that really explicitly. Maybe I'll do that and submit it so you can know how critical that assumption is. It's the valuation of urban water supply and the assumptions about the demand and the need for this water in the future is by far the most important factor and the largest quantitative difference between um, my estimates and the ones in the DWR one. So um, the discount rate change does have a factor as well, and I don't have that math there. It might be the second biggest factor, but other areas where I made some adjustments, like in the seismic benefits and stuff, are smaller.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Dr. Michael.
Mhm.
I think That is all I have. So with that, I will look back to Mr. Keeling. Do you have any redirect for Dr. Michael?
I do, but very briefly. Dr. Michael, you recall being asked about Exhibit Solano 15.
Yes.
Did your review of Solano 15 change any of your conclusions already reached about the Delta Conveyance project?
No, it changed no conclusions whatsoever, and it affected no calculations in the benefit cost report.
So, what sources of data did you rely on to reach those conclusions about the DCP?
When it comes to costs, I relied on the Delta Conveyance Authority's cost estimate.
Any other sources from the state, such as from the DOF or DWR or the state board?
Yes, I used many values directly from DWR reports, and I used data and analysis from the State Department of Finance and this state board to underpin my conclusions about future water demand and the appropriate approach to valuing the DCF water in the future and the need for that water. So, I've actually tried, and even using the California Water Commission basis for valuing what the is worth. Uh, there are other sources you could use, but it's been my intent as much as possible to rely on sources that stem from the state of California and the work by various agencies of the state of California.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. I have no further questions.
Thank you. And based on that very limited redirect, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up questions?
I do not.
Thank you. Then with that, I want to thank you, Dr. Michael, so much for your time today and earlier this week. I very much appreciate your testimony and your patience and being here with us to answer all these questions. So you are excused, and thank you again.
Thank you very much.
It is 11:39. Here's what I can do is I'll put up the option, I believe, Ms. Tabor or Ms. Moscal, we may be moving to an opening statement next. The question will be, is that accurate? So if we can please elevate Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the County of Sacramento today. And yes, we do have an opening statement.
Good morning. And my question will be, would you prefer to do that now? And then most likely well, it depends on I guess I should ask, let's see, let me bring up, I have the list of your witnesses. Who's your first witness? I have it here, but I'd have to click around.
Yes, our first witness is former County Supervisor Don Natoli.
Thank you. What is the estimate for Mr. Natoli's summary of his direct testimony?
I believe our estimate was 10 to 15 minutes.
So I'll ask you and I'll leave it to you. Would you prefer to go ahead with your opening statement and then we could hear the direct summary from Mr. Natoli and then break for lunch, or we can break slightly early? Do you have a preference?
We don't have a preference, but I think we're ready to go. So it might make sense to do
Let's
our
get started.
opening.
Yep.
That we'll finish right around lunchtime. I guess it would be helpful for us to have a quick time check with a confirmation from DWR and the state water contractors about their anticipated cross-examination time. They did provide a written estimate on August 22nd that was approximately 30 minutes per witness for the county's witnesses. And we do have one witness who is traveling coming to our office this afternoon, who's scheduled later in the day. I just wanted to see if that estimate that they provided is still accurate.
Certainly, Ms. Morris, I'll look to you, and we also now have an order, if you have more specific estimates for each of these witnesses, please.
Well, just focusing, I think, Ms. Tabor today, right? And
Correct. Just the ones that we
Yeah.
are operating on the assumption that the order and persons identified in your August 22nd proposal is what we would be.
My best estimate is about 20 to 30 minutes per witness for the 4 that are scheduled to go today. So it's roughly the same.
Okay. And we actually had 5 people identified because we had all the people identified on your list.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the list. That was for each of the witnesses except for Mr. Ogilvy, I hope I'm saying that correctly. And I think that's about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
And for state water contractors, I would estimate 15 to 20 minutes for Mr. Natoli, for Dr. Benedetti, and for Ms. Flores, but do not anticipate cross for the remaining. That time estimate may be reduced depending on the questions the department asks.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. With that, is there anything else, Ms. Tabor? Otherwise, I will turn to you for an opening statement.
That's all, and that I appreciate the updated estimates. So good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, members of the hearing team, and members of the State Water Board. I'm Kelly Tabor on behalf of Sacramento County, and with me today is my colleague, Michelle Chester, who will be sharing the responsibility for presenting the county's case in chief. If she hasn't been elevated, we would probably want to elevate her.
Yes, please. And I will ask the hearing team to do that in the background.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So today and in the coming days, the County of Sacramento will present testimony of the significant and permanent adverse effects the Delta Tunnel would have on the county and the Delta as a whole. You'll hear testimony about the tunnel's wide-ranging impacts to the unique cultural and physical landscape of the Delta and the acute and irreversible impacts on residents of Sacramento County, particularly in and around the community of Hood, where the tunnel intakes and other massive industrial facilities would be constructed. The county's witnesses will explain how the tunnel would destabilize the long-term prosperity, economic structure, and quality of life of Delta communities by diminishing agricultural production and revenue, dissuading tourism and related industries, eliminating recreation, paving over environmental and cultural resources, and overall degrading the inherent value of the Delta as a place. Don Natoli, a former member of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, Delta Protection Commission, Delta Stewardship Council, and Delta Conservancy, will provide his account of the physical features that make the Delta aesthetically, culturally, and recreationally unique. He will discuss his experience on the Delta National Heritage Management Plan Advisory Committee, his role in creating the management plan for the Delta National Heritage Area, and the tunnel's irreconcilable conflicts with the Delta National Heritage Area. Finally, he'll provide his perspective based on decades of engagement in Delta protection and water policy on the benefits of leaving water in the Sacramento River and fortifying through Delta Conveyance as a far superior alternative to the tunnel that would provide necessary water supply reliability and flood protection, providing statewide benefits while also protecting the Delta. Dr. Nancy Morgan, an expert in the field of National Heritage Area planning, development, and management, will address the purposes and policies for the creation of national heritage areas, and specifically the legislative and planning decisions that led to the designation of the Delta as a national heritage area. She will also discuss the development of the Delta National Heritage Area Management Plan, which is intended to enhance and sustain the significant resources of the Delta, and she'll explain how the large-scale industrial infrastructure of the tunnel would directly conflict with and undermine the mission, vision, and goals articulated in the management plan. Robert Benedetti, a professional and academic with extensive experience studying the Delta, will testify about the tunnel's cultural impacts to the Delta legacy communities of Hood and Cortland, including the built and natural environments. He will explain how the tunnel would impede and possibly prevent agritourism, ecotourism, and heritage tourism, and result in the loss of invaluable historic and cultural resources. 3 staff members from the County of Sacramento will describe the tunnel's impacts on agricultural production and the local economy, transportation, and parks and recreational resources. Cassandra Flores, the Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures for the county, will explain the Delta's role in agricultural production for the state and the unmitigated loss of farmland and associated food production, wildlife habitat, and scenic open space that the tunnel would cause. Amber Veselka, who manages the county regional parks, will describe the preserves and wildlife refuges within the county that would be impacted by tunnel construction and operation in terms of tourism, wildlife, and the inherent value of these spaces to Delta residents and visitors. Lupe Rodriguez, Chief of the Maintenance and Operations Division of the county, will describe how tunnel construction would deteriorate and degrade Delta roadways, DWR's failure to mitigate impacts, and other impacts to county infrastructure that DWR has not addressed. He will describe how DWR has failed to provide enforceable mechanisms to reduce impacts or even address the extent of disruptions and delays that local businesses, farmers, and residents would experience during tunnel construction. David Ogilvie, who will be presenting his testimony on behalf of both Sacramento County and Yolo County, is a Delta resident and native. He's a 4th-generation family farmer and vintner who makes premium wines from Clarksburg and hosts visitors in tasting rooms in multiple locations in the Delta, including the Old Sugar Mill. He's a member of a band that plays regularly for customers in local restaurants and tourist attractions in the Delta. And Mr. Ogilvie will speak to his experience as a resident, business owner, and recreator in the Delta, providing a firsthand account of how the tunnel would destroy the local character of the Delta. And finally, Charles Salter, an expert in the field of acoustical engineering, will discuss how DWR has failed to adequately mitigate for the significant noise and vibration impacts that will result from tunnel construction. He will explain why DWR's noise mitigation is insufficient and how known, effective, and feasible mitigation measures that could benefit residents whose lives and communities would be overwhelmed by a decade or more of heavy construction were overlooked and simply omitted from tunnel project plans and proposed conditions of operation. The county's testimony demonstrates that the proposed changes and points of diversion are unreasonable because they would significantly and permanently degrade the Delta's unique physical and cultural landscape, the county's infrastructure and economy, and the health and welfare of its residents. The tunnel's benefits, if any, are uncertain at best, but its impacts would be devastating and irreparable. The evidence presented by Sacramento County and other protestants in this hearing will confirm that the tunnel is not on balance in the public interest. There are no permit conditions capable of adequately protecting the public interest given the devastating effects to the Delta. The State Water Board must take into consideration both the local, regional, and statewide interests and deny the change petition. And with that, the county is prepared to present its first witness, Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And I will look to the team or Mr. Natoli, if you are able to raise your Zoom hand, that will help us and we will invite you to be elevated. Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Natoli.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and members of the State Water Board. I'm pleased to be with you this morning and certainly to have the opportunity to offer some testimony regarding the matters before the hearing office, as well as obviously any consideration here today. I think it was clear that And I don't know if there's any opening, Kelly, you need to do any opening before I.
Well, Mr. Natoli, we'll start with, and I should have prepped you on this. We'll start with administering the oath, and then we'll proceed from
Okay.
there.
Yeah, I thought it was get
We'll get to that step.
Okay.
So if you would please, Mr. Natoli, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will turn to Ms. Tabor.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Natoli, is Exhibit Sacramento County 31 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
And is Exhibit Sacramento County 32 a true and correct copy of the document referenced in your written testimony?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Supervisor Natoli, would you please summarize your testimony submitted for the proceeding as set forth in Sacramento County 31?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much. As noted, my name is Don Natoli, and I am submitting this testimony on behalf of the County of Sacramento. I think it's been noted, but I would like to just give a brief summary on my background. Prior to my retirement in January of 2023, I served for 28 years as the elected representative for District 5 as a member of the Board of Supervisors in Sacramento County. The area I represented included the Sacramento County portion of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta from the town of Freeport all the way south to the Antioch Bridge and everything in between, including the legacy communities of Hood and Cortland, which were referenced earlier in Kelly's opening. Also, prior to my election as supervisor in 1994, I served for 16 years between 1979 and 1994 as the chief assistant to my predecessor, Supervisor Toby Johnson. So all total, 44 years with the County of Sacramento. During my tenure as a member of the Board of Supervisors, I also had the good fortune to serve for 28 years as a member of the Delta Protection Commission. And more recently, prior to my retirement, as a member of the Delta Stewardship Council for 2 terms from 2010 to 2013 when the initial Delta plan was adopted, as well as from 2020 to 2022. I served, as Kelly noted, as a member of the Delta Conservancy, and as a county supervisor, served on numerous boards and commissions, some of them related to water, 2 of them being the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, now the Sacramento Sewer District, and the Sacramento County Water Agency. I note these because as a result of this experience, I'm very familiar with the history of the Delta conveyance proposals and concerns of Delta residents, farmers, businesses, and public agencies as it relates to the numerous proposals to develop an isolated Delta conveyance project. And though by no means an expert in matters related to water, I believe my experience in several decades of public service and local government have allowed me to gain a true appreciation and a deep understanding of the importance of water in our state, and in particular, the Delta. And without question, water is a precious and essential resource which serves as the lifeblood of the daily lives of all of us and supports all living things. So it is from the perspective of someone who has served in a variety of decision-making roles, and as one who cares deeply about the Delta, its ecosystem, and its people, that I want to share some information and thoughts based on my experience about the gravity of the matter currently before the State Water Resources Control Board. And that's the purpose of today's testimony, and obviously the hearing. The DCP is only the latest iteration of a decades-long series of proposals, projects, concepts, and plans to reroute and replumb the Delta by circumventing and diverting the movement of fresh water for both in-Delta use and transport further downstream to the Central Valley, Santa Clara area, and Southern California region. As was well known, current operations result in the transport of millions of acre-feet of water annually, but they that transfer relies on the through Delta conveyance to move that water to the pumps in the South Delta. The fresh water flow has multiple benefits and is a key element in supporting a healthy environment, a strong and diverse agricultural region, and a variety of recreational pursuits, all of which contribute to the local and statewide economy. And very importantly, not to be left out by any means, more than 500,000 people live in the cities and the communities in the Delta. And the 5 counties which overlie the Delta and Sassoon Marsh represent some 4 million Californians. To these counties, to the cities that are within, and the Delta communities, the Delta is much more than just a plumbing fixture for the movement of water elsewhere in the state. The Delta, in my view, is truly a very, very special place. Fertile soils, abundant habitat for fish and fowl, a diverse agricultural economy, historical places, and legacy communities, numerous recreational opportunities, and it is home to a culturally diverse population of people from all walks of life. The Delta has achieved national recognition as one of the largest tidal estuaries on the west coast of the Americas. This place, and to quote my quote, of majesty and wonder, and its waterways and great rivers, the Sacramento, the San Joaquin, the Calaveras, the American, the Casimas, the McCollum, and others, all feed and converge in the Delta and provide the vital links between the Sierra Nevada mountains and the Pacific Ocean, from the Sierras to the sea. The Delta is the heart of California, through which the lifeblood flows to support and serve millions of Californians and their communities and the daily pursuits of life in those communities, both in the Delta and throughout California. This lifeblood, water, can at times present a threat of flooding, especially during major storm events. But the levees, some 1,100 miles of them, have proven their functional durability and continue to protect the communities, the people, and their productive pursuits in the Delta, as well as the movement of water to those communities and millions of people further south who are dependent upon this important source of water as well. The levee system works, irrespective of what skeptics offer in their advocacy for an isolated conveyance. That, and to quote, that is only a matter of time until we see imminent and catastrophic levee failure. In my view, this is contrary to good logic and historical facts regarding the Delta levee system and its resilience for well over a century. Investment in our levees is vitally important for a healthy Delta and all the previously cited attributes, which are dependent upon water that flows in and through the Delta. In my view, there is consensus-based acknowledgement that the Delta is a fragile environment impacted by a number of stressors, not the least of which is the export of water. In considering whether the DCP is in the public interest, the Water Board should take into account the availability of other investments which can serve to strengthen water supply reliability, including storage, stormwater capture, desalination, and conservation. And I believe that before making a decision on the DCP water right petitions, it should first be determined what is a sustainable yield for the export of water. Granted, climate change, flood risk, and seismic stability pose risk, but to use those factors as reasons to take water out further upstream and divert it from the Delta by constructing a massive, multi-billion-dollar and destructive tunnel project is, in my view, wrong-headed, foolish, and will not produce or result in even one more new drop of water. Several years ago, those who would support earlier versions of isolated conveyance essentially said that the Delta could not be saved, thereby inferring that, in my view, if the floods and sea level rise don't doom you, then the earthquake surely will. This grim portrayal is wrong and highly disrespectful to the people, the history, the culture, and the key role that Delta plays in helping address the stated goal of a reliable water supply. Simply constructing a bypass for conveyance of water around the Delta will further diminish the long-term prospects for truly addressing the uncertainties associated with climate change and sea level rise, and in my view, will sacrifice the Delta for the benefit of others. The state should leave the water in the Sacramento River, fortify the through Delta conveyance, adopt a realistic and sustainable yield, and invest those billions of dollars, targeted for the DCP in projects throughout the state for the benefit of all Californians. In sum, achieve the co-equal goals and protect the Delta. The Delta Protection Commission, created by the legislature some 30 years ago, and obviously was updated in the Delta Reform Act, has been entrusted with a charge to protect and preserve the unique and evolving values of the Delta as a place. The commission received confirmation from the United States Department of the Interior just this past January 2025 that the management plan for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta National Heritage Area was approved and given the go-ahead for implementation. This is truly a milestone occasion. The Delta NHA is the first the very first NHA in California, and one of only 62 throughout the United States of America. This national recognition complements what the 2009 Delta Reform Act, what the adopted Delta Plan, local general plans, and the Commission's Land Use Management Plan promote, and in some cases require, as it pertains to actions and proposals affecting the Delta. Of interesting note, the adopted management plan for the Delta NHA, in a statement of national significance says, I quote, "At the heart of California lies a vast tidal estuary where the state's two largest rivers converge, forming a rare inland delta, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, California's most crucial water and ecological resource." It goes on to state that the region's water, fertile land, and proximity to the San Francisco Bay fuels California's economy and is a critical linchpin in California's ongoing struggle to balance environmental conservation with critical water infrastructure, obviously a portion of today's discussion. In summary, the designation as an NHA affirms that the Delta is, I quote, "is a landscape of national significance and supports the Commission's work in public education, historic preservation, tourism, and recreation and economic development activities." Previously, I had the opportunity to serve in my role on the Commission as a part of the Delta's NHA Management Advisory Committee that was involved in the creation of the plan that was submitted to the Department of the Interior. And I currently serve as an appointed member on the Delta NHA Advisory Committee. And I want to be clear that my testimony today is my perspective as a citizen and intended to represent, and is not intended to represent, the views of the committee. Just by way of background, the 14-member advisory committee serves as a bridge between local residents, the partners in the NHA, and the commission, and it is designed to help guide the implementation of the management plan. And I won't go into all the details of the charter, and that's some of that's included in my written testimony as to the role. But I think it's safe to say that the NHA Advisory Committee helps to provide the Commission with recommendations for their policy and process and governance in the management plan, but it also is that bridge as ambassadors to the local communities and to all the partners regarding the assets that are so important to this achieving the designation as a national heritage area. By way of information too, the advisory committee does meet approximately every 2 months and has taken an active role in this early stages here in advising the Commission on specific actions to implement the management plan. An example of one of the initiatives currently being developed under the management plan is a passport program modeled after the National Park Service highly successful passport program, where folks have the opportunity to visit the various places of interest in the Delta and actually have a passport to get stamped. And so I point that out because the whole idea is to encourage visitation and visitors, tourists, and people of all ages to explore and to experience the rich history and the culture of the Delta, its many landmarks, its public amenities, and places of interest. And based on my long history and work in the Delta and my experience both on the NHA advisory committees, it is my informed opinion that the DCP will have irreconcilable conflicts with the Delta NHA as a landscape and, a landscape of national significance. It will impede the implementation of the management plan, and I believe the attainment of its objectives for historic preservation, tourism, and recreation and economic development activities. As I have said many times, why must one region of this great state bear the burden of lasting and irreparable impacts from a project which benefits other regions at the expense of the Delta? I question, what is fair and balanced about a project that will likely erode and in some cases destroy local communities, small businesses, and family farms, and quite possibly hinder and impede the ability of the Delta region and Northern California communities to thrive, grow, and prosper in the future? I think to discount or minimize the impacts on the Delta ecosystem, the land and water-based pursuits in agriculture and recreation, while promoting the, quote, greater good, in a quote, in particular, I think citing the number of people living south in the state water project delivery areas, it's an effort to mask the true negative impacts of the DCP, and I believe amount to nothing more than a water grab. In my estimation, based on my many decades of experience The DCP will disrupt, deface, and harm the Delta. The notion that the DCP is justified by a benefit of more and more reliable water, despite its excessive yet understated financial cost, makes little sense to me. It largely ignores the construction and operational impacts that will turn parts of the Delta into an industrial wasteland, dotted with massive pumping facilities, mountains of tunnel spoils, and, quote, new or improved roadways that will supposedly bear the traffic loads incumbent upon a project of this magnitude. These impacts, among many others, will change and irreparably change and degrade the unique character of the Delta, and I think are in direct conflict with the National Heritage Area designation. So in conclusion, there are numerous reasons, many of which I've outlined here, why I believe that it is wrong to pursue this outdated and overblown project. And though the Water Board is entrusted with the responsibility to decide only one, but a very important and critical one component, I would respectfully ask that the Water Board weigh the real impacts, both in the near future and in the long term, of the requested action on those who would be most directly affected, the people of the Delta. I assure you that the Delta is worth protecting and preserving for those who live and work there, for our natural environment, and for all of California. There's got to be a better way. So in conclusion, please keep the water in the river and do not allow it to be diverted as proposed and thereby skirt the Delta. This diversion and the tunnel project would have a deliberate, destructive, and everlasting, I'll say it one more time, a deliberate, destructive, and everlasting impact on the heart of California and the lifeblood which passes through it. Please, I ask of you, protect the Delta and chart a course which sees a sustainable future for the Delta and for California. So in sum, I would just ask that the matters before this body, that the water right change petitions, I don't believe they are in the public interest, and I would ask that they be denied. And with that, then I will conclude my testimony. I want to thank you for the time here this morning. I know these hearings go long. I'll stand ready for any questions that folks have for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Natoli. With that, before we break for lunch, I'll look to the room. Is there anything we need to address? My intent will be that we come back at 1 o'clock. All right, then with that, I will see all of you at 1 o'clock and we're breaking for lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's 1:02. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Thank you very much. I see we have Supervisor Natoli. I am also looking to Ms. Tabor, and then looks like Ms. Morris. With that, Ms. Morris, do you have questions for Supervisor Natoli?
I do. Good afternoon. Should I still call you supervisor?
You can call me Don if you want. I answer to a lot of different things, Ms. Morris.
I'll call you Supervisor Natoli.
Okay, well, that's very kind.
Respectful.
Okay, thank you.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much.
My name is Stephanie Morris, and I'm outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources in this proceeding, and I'd like to ask you a few questions this afternoon about your testimony.
Sure.
I'm looking at your testimony, which is marked as SACO 031, and on page 2 of your testimony, and in particular on line 18, you state that the purpose, well, I'm asking, is the purpose of your testimony to share information and thoughts as is stated on page 2, line 18?
Yes, I believe I did that this morning in my testimony.
And Supervisor Natoli, would you consider yourself an expert on water rights?
I think if you want to refer to my testimony on that same page, it said that if you go to line 11, I think I qualified it pretty clearly there, Ms. Morris. I said, though by no means an expert in matters related to water, so I'm not an expert, but I have 44 years experience in local government, much of it focused on matters related to water.
And thank you for your long public service and your patience. That is a trying career. So is it fair for me to assume that in this testimony, you're not providing any expert opinions?
Yeah, well, I guess I would answer that I'm not an engineer. And I'm certainly not an expert in all matters related to water. But again, I draw upon my experience, having sat on numerous boards and sat through many, many hours of public hearings and spent many, many hours, I would say probably equating to days, if not more, with folks who are expert in those matters. And I certainly but kept an open mind as it relates to learning from folks who are more expert than me, and certainly draw upon my experience, but also obviously things that I picked up along the way as it relates to matters such as the one here before us today.
So your opinions or your testimony are based on your experience, not data or information. Is that an accurate summary?
Well, I would say that, part of my responsibility as a supervisor, and again, was to do my homework. And part of that was to read and to pay particular attention to detail, again, in matters big and small. And so over the course of my entire career, I devoted many hours to reading, learning, listening to other folks, asking questions, being inquisitive. But again, I don't, I don't say that I'm an expert. That would, be less than truthful. But I think my experience, the background that I have, certainly in my studies, again, reports, on matters of a wide breadth beyond just the water world. Again, I draw upon that, and so I guess to answer your question, I'm not an expert. Certainly, I qualify this as my opinion. I think it's a very informed opinion, and one that is steeped both in years of experience, but also into having devoted much personal and professional time to learning more about subject matters such as the one here before us today.
And just to be clear, though, in terms of your testimony, you only cite to one document. You have only one exhibit that you have attached to your testimony and cite to in your testimony. Is that accurate?
I believe that's the it relates to the charter, the outline for the National Heritage Area
Yeah.
Formation Committee. Yeah, that's the only attachment that was submitted with my written testimony.
Okay. And I think there might be a typo, so maybe we could quickly pull up SACO 31, Mr. Woolridge, if you wouldn't mind. And I'm looking for PDF page 5. If we could scroll down just below that block quote. Thank you. And it cites to SAC 016 as the Delta NHA Advisory Committee Charter, but I believe that's actually SAC 32. And we could pull SAC 32 up. I think SAC 16 is another testimony. Should we, Ms. Tabor, would it be okay just to pull it up and see if we can clarify that?
Sure, that's fine. It very well could be a typo. The intent was to cite to the charter, so
Yeah,
I
it
don't have the
happens.
full exhibit identification list in front of me.
If we could pull up SACO 32, and then we can just confirm. Is Supervisor Natoli,
Yeah.
this that you cited as SACO 16 and is actually SACO 32. Is this what you were intending to cite to on page 5, line 24 of your testimony?
The screen's kind of small. Can we bring it up on just 1 second here? Okay, there it is. Okay. And you said the line 24?
Well, I'm looking. Your testimony.
Oh,
is
yes.
page line 24. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. That's the second.
Okay. Great.
Very good catch.
Well, and there may have, and I just wanted to, it sounds, I mean, also Supervisor Natoli's testimony in the title is referenced as SACO 15, but then is later re-identified as SACO 31. So there may be a more global renumbering.
We submitted a corrected
Yeah.
copy, and I don't have that handy, but it has been submitted to the hearing office.
Okay, my apologies if if that was corrected. But
it may or may not. I just wanted to identify for everyone that there may be some numbering, numbering changes that happened.
But that is the exhibit, though. I would just say that.
Okay, great. That's great. And then on page 5, page 4, lines 2 to 3 of your testimony, you state that the state board should determine a sustainable yield for the export of water. And my question is, are you aware of any water rights provision that requires the state board to determine a sustainable yield for the export of water when considering a petition for a change in point of diversion?
I would answer, I'd say, no, I'm not familiar with all the details as it relates to provisions in the water code and such. So no, I'm not aware of the specifics.
And Supervisor Natoli, did you review the Delta Conveyance Project EIR?
Only a portion of it. I looked at the alignments and then some of the description of the various alternatives as related to some of the anticipated location, particularly as related to Sacramento County and where the intakes and some of the roads that would be constructed. And I'm very familiar with the physical site at the Twin Cities location and so forth. But no, I did not pour through the document that was released here a few months ago, or I guess some time ago now.
And did you review the mitigation measure of the Delta Conveyance Project EIR? It sounds like no, but I'm just wanting to confirm.
No, but certainly having spent time over the years on different iterations of the project, and even as some of those mitigations or the issues were being discussed, was familiar with some of the approaches that were being at least considered at the time, but I have not reviewed the specifics that are in the document, no.
And did you happen to review the permit terms submitted by the Department of Water Resources and marked as DWR 1101R?
No.
So is it fair to say that your statements in SACO 31, your testimony, do not consider those measures or commitments?
I think I would say that's a fair statement because, again, I have not reviewed those specifics. Again, I am familiar, obviously, with mitigation measures and how they might be applied in different permitting, licensing, and approval processes. But as it relates to that specific document, and I have not reviewed that. So.
And Supervisor Natoli, did you participate in the stakeholder engagement committee?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you participate in, for some reason, I recall seeing your name as a member. So perhaps that was, is there some story there?
Well, no, I wasn't, I didn't participate. You're talking about the one that was affiliated with the DCA and the stakeholder committee that was formed, Sacramento County, I think, chose not to participate at the time, if that's the committee we're talking about. But I served in different capacities, as noted previously. And so my name could very well have appeared. I was certainly a representative of the district, and there were folks from Sacramento County, some of the citizen representatives and the stakeholder. There were different stakeholder groups too,
right?
Morris. And so again, if I'm thinking about the one that was looking at the project as it was in the Delta Conveyance project and its current general configuration, that stakeholder group that was convened, I guess, probably about 3.5, maybe 4 years ago. And
it might be longer than that, but I already said this morning, I don't count years anymore because I can barely keep track of the years.
Okay. Well, at any rate, so I don't, but I did not participate in a stakeholder group that I can recall.
For some reason, I recall seeing your name, and perhaps it's incorrect, that as a member of the Delta Protection Commission, you might have participated in the SEC. Does that ring any bells?
No, it doesn't. I mean, certainly there were definition of who the stakeholders, and some, there were invitations extended, but I know that, and again, it may have been that the commission and a designated the commission. Again, I'm just not, I'm not going to try to guess at it here. There were a number of committees, but I do not recall participating in any stakeholder group like that.
Okay. And then going back to the document that you cited, which if we could pull up Mr. Woolridge, SAC 032. And just, are you aware of some of the, and if you're not, that's fine. I'm just, some of the discussions at the SEC related to traffic and potential routes. Were you aware of any of those discussions?
Are these recent discussions?
No, in and
Oh, you're
around.
talking about the stakeholder committee meeting? Yeah, well, then I'd say not, but I, again, without getting astray here, that I know that traffic impacts and haul routes and deliveries and such were have been part of discussions in various iterations of the project over time. And we're talking about rural areas of the county, certainly in the Delta, with rural roads, whether they be county roads or state highways. And so I'm certainly familiar with that regard, but not with it as it relates to the SEC, the stakeholder committee. Yeah.
And looking at the document that we have up in front of us,
Okay.
is the Delta, is it okay if I say NHA, National Heritage Area?
Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
You're familiar with this document, correct?
Yes.
And you served as a member of the Delta NHA Management Planning Advisory Committee, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Until my term of service concluded, both as a supervisor and as a member of the Delta Protection Commission, which that would have coincided with my retirement in January 2023. So, because it was ongoing work, but yes, I did participate in and I stated that in my verbal and written testimony. Yes.
And you continue to serve as, I think you stated, I'm just confirming, as an appointed member of the Delta NHA Advisory Committee. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So is it fair to say that you're familiar with the plan?
Yes, generally, yes.
And I believe you state in your testimony that's your opinion that the Delta Conveyance project conflicts with the Delta NHA as a landscape of national significance. Is that correct?
That was in my testimony, yes.
And if we could please go to page 13. Oh, I think it's one more page down. Oh, sorry. Is that the end of the document? If we could scroll here, let me. It's actually PDH page 7, so sorry about that. Do you see that this contains experts from the federal statute or federal law authorizing the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta as a national heritage area?
Yes.
And do you see the language in 4C that says effect?
Yes.
And were you aware that the authorizing legislation specifies that the NHA cannot affect water operations or any water supply facilities within the Bay Delta watershed?
Yes, and as I read that, it says on operations, it didn't say on construction of a new project.
Would you agree that it says or any water supply facility within the Bay Delta watershed?
Well, that's what the language says in C. I'm reading the language.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look to Mr. Krieger. Oh, I think you indicated you may have some questions. Do you have questions for Supervisor Natoli?
Yes, I do. Just a few. Good afternoon, Supervisor Natoli. My name is Miles Krieger, and I'm counsel for the State Water Contractors. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, nice. Good afternoon, Ms. Krieger.
Supervisor Natoli, are you currently serving in an elected position?
I am not. I've been retired for 2.5 years.
Are you testifying to your own personal view in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Woldridge, would you please pull up SACO 31 and scroll to paragraph 7? Thank you. Supervisor Natoli, in paragraph 7, lines 16 through 18, you refer to the functional durability of delta levees. Can you tell me what you mean by functional durability?
Let me get to the page here. I get kind of hard to read on the screen here.
Sure.
Well, I've certainly, having represented the Delta area for the years that I had, and obviously my affiliation with the county, we saw high water years, 1986 being one, again, in 82, and again, obviously in 97, 98. And again, I'm certainly familiar with the reclamation districts, the levee districts, and when there was, the threat of flooding or high waters and so forth, became familiar with various situations, not just in Sacramento County, but that's been one most closely affiliated with. But throughout the Delta, obviously, of interest because of the folks that I represented. And so I guess when I say functional durability, that, and I think as I said in my comments a little further down there that for, more than a century, the levees have provided for protection for the areas behind the levees, the communities and the people who live there, and the various pursuits, farming and recreation and such, environmental attributes. And I also cited very clearly there that there is some risk, but that to your point about the functional durability, that I think that with the investments that have been made, sometimes I think they the funding could have been more robust when it came from some of the sources, particularly the state, to assist in maintaining those levees, but that they have functioned as they should have. They basically keep water in the waterways, 24/7, 365, and have provided a level of protection, but also allow for those pursuits and continue to do so. And yes, you could, going down to the history, there are, incidents obviously where there's been some failures, but when you look at well over a century of functioning, they've really proven durable. So that's, again, my layman's explanation of what I meant there. But I think that they've served their purpose, they continue to serve their purpose, and that we need to continue to invest in those levees. And they also serve the purpose of the through Delta conveyance of moving water from north to south under the current operations of the water projects that take water from the Delta.
Did I hear you correctly in response to a question Ms. Morris asked, that you were not an engineer?
I am not an engineer, but I certainly have spent a lot of time with engineers over the years and listening to people who are expert in those matters, but I am not an engineer, no.
And do you have technical expertise in evaluating levee conditions?
No, only to the extent that I've spent a lot of time in hearings. I served on the Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency board where we talked about levees surrounding the American and Sacramento River. As I said, my association with folks throughout the Delta who are engineers, who have done evaluations. I've sat in hearings where funding was and was discussed relative to investments in levees and approaches for both the purpose of which they were designed to serve, to hold the water back, but also how to better fortify them. And so again, I have some general knowledge, again, through my experience, but again, I'm not an engineer, and I want to be clear on that point, but I think I come with some level of understanding about levees, and have spent a good deal of time with the citizenry, but also with those who are expert, much more expert, obviously, than I would even, imagine as it relates to a levee maintenance, levee investments.
So given that response, would you say that you have the technical expertise to assess whether Delta levees will fail in the future?
I would say that unless somebody has a crystal ball, nobody knows for certain. There is risk. They're fragile, but I think with the continued investment in levees, and again, part of my testimony here is that if you continue to invest in the levees and take engineers, information and translate that into good, solid investments, that they'll continue to serve well into the future. That's my belief in my opinion.
My question was focused specifically on your technical expertise to assess whether the Delta levees will fail in the future. I'm asking from your personal standpoint, or from your personal technical expertise.
I guess I would, part of my, again, is historical. Again, history is not always a predictor of the future, but I think historically, folks in the Delta, they know how to flood fight. They have expertise when it comes to where investments should be made. They are also on the alert when it comes to areas that might be potentially problematic. Again, as I said, I think it's a system, and again, when you have more than 1,000 miles of levees, that's a lot of exposure. On the other hand, I think historically, again, and I would base some of my opinion on the history, which I think is a very solid history as it relates to maintenance, and certainly in times of critical water threats when it comes to tidal actions or volumes of water and so forth, that there are people that are far more expert than I that would, I think, offer their opinions, but also, expert opinions as to it, levies. And again, I've sat on, both as a member of the Delta Stewardship Council and Levy Investment Study, certainly talking and spending time as a member of the Delta Protection Commission, where we, a lot of focus was on levees because, again, they're critical to, the activities, daily life in the Delta. So again, but I'm not an expert, and I say that. So my assessment is based upon my experience and, and again, I think steeped in some of the history of Delta levy and Delta levy maintenance.
Okay. Have you personally conducted an analysis or a technical analysis assessing whether levees would fail in the future?
No.
Okay. And I think you mentioned something about wave action or alluded to it in your response. Do you believe that sea level rise would expose levees to more wave action than occurred in the past?
I think there's been studies that have been done that, again, with the rise in the elevations, that it will, again, you have to guard against that, and whether it's tidal action or sea level rise or storm threats and so forth, all those things could contribute to heightened risk when it comes to levees. And if it's a sustained level, then there'll be the need to reinforce the levees in certain areas. I mean, again, not all levees are the same, obviously, and elevations within the Delta are different, and the tidal actions that affect upstream are different than those that are closer to the bay. But again, it is a system, and one that will be affected by sea level rise. But again, I think there's the ability, and if there was a willingness to make the investments for in that corridor through Delta Conveyance, and also see it as a system that would continue to serve as it has for many decades, both to the Delta, the in Delta use, as well as the export of water, and that would be sufficient.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding if the question I asked was answered, and maybe you did, which was that, do you believe that sea level rise would expose levees to more wave action than occurred historically?
I don't know about wave action, but again, if you have, I guess it's just common sense that if water's at a higher level and your levees at a certain elevation, that if you have wave action, you need to guard against overtopping and such. But it certainly will have an impact. And I think I acknowledged that in my comments.
Okay, thank you. Moving to paragraph 8, Mr. Woolridge, and as it continues, thank you, on to page 4. Supervisor Natoli, on lines 4 and 5 on page 4 of paragraph 8, you reference climate change, flood risk, and seismic stability. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you review DWR's climate change modeling in the FEIR?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have any modeling experience?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you have any expertise in climate change or assessing flood risk or seismology?
Well, I guess expertise.
Technical expertise. I understand your press,
yeah.
but from a technical expertise standpoint is what I'm asking.
No, I don't. I'm not an expert, but I'm familiar with those subjects and discussion around Delta, but also as it relates to other projects, and again, the time served on both the Protection Commission and certainly on the Stewardship Council, and discussing the Delta plan and the levy investment strategy and so forth. Gain knowledge along the way, but again, I am not an expert, and would never present myself as such.
All right, I appreciate that. Moving on to paragraph 9, do I understand correctly that you disagree with what you describe as a, quote, grim portrayal of the impact of flood, sea level rise, and seismic activity in the Delta? Is that a fair understanding?
Yeah, but, yeah, that was that was my words, right? The grim portrayal. Because I think sometimes it speaks for itself there. That's overstated how imminent all that is, and that and so I think my comments there speak for themselves.
Okay. Is it your opinion that flood, sea level rise, or earthquakes will not negatively impact the ability of water users to divert in the Delta?
Well,
Objection.
again,
That's a compound question. Can you break that down, please, Mr. Krieger?
Okay, is it your opinion that floods will not negatively impact the ability of water users to divert in the Delta?
well, that's a pretty broad question. I mean, floods again. If the flooding is related to obviously a levee break or a breach, it certainly could impact. But again, I think if history is a good teacher on this, you look at the ability to respond and repairs that are made and so forth, and particularly for the corridor. And I think I guess I would emphasize that, and that the corridor that is currently and will, I guess, going into the future, because as I understand the project here, this was supposed to be only in certain times of the year and such, that if the corridor is fortified and and the levees are looked at as a system, so that recognize that the islands are connected, certainly by the hydrology. Again, not an expert, but that if there is flooding, it can impact other aspects of the flood fight or other islands. But again, I think that there is some risk. But I think again, if history is any teacher on this, that for now many decades and generations, in fact, the corridor that moves the water and would continue to be relied upon, as I understand it, if the investments are continue to be made there and guard against it, I don't know that anything's 100%. And I'm not saying that here, but I think that floods certainly are part of the overall package of things that could pose a risk. But I think taking into account, it's often overstated as to what the real impact would be. And again, I'm not a predictor of the future either, but I don't know if I answered your question or not.
Is it fair to assume that your answer would be similar to the same question with respect to sea level rise and earthquakes?
Yes, in fact, it would be. I would just say that again, if I could just make a note though, with sea level rise, we know that it is happening, but it's not happening all at one time. Floods can come in in a fairly quick amount of time, and earthquakes, obviously, there's some greater understanding about predictability. But I think to answer your question, yeah, that would be my somewhat response.
Okay. And again, have you personally conducted any technical analysis related to potential impacts from any of those sources, whether it be flood, sea level rise, or earthquake?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And in line 14, Supervisor Natoli, you refer to, quote, the uncertainties associated with climate change and sea level rise. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've already answered this, but I want to make sure. Did you do any climate change analysis supporting your testimony?
No, sir.
And is it fair to say that you're not a climate science expert?
That's fair.
And did you review any climate change modeling or analyses in preparing the testimony?
No.
Likewise, are you an expert in sea level rise?
No.
And did you personally do any sea level rise analyses in preparing your testimony?
No, sir.
Thank you. Moving on to paragraph 10 related to the Delta Protection Commission. Supervisor Natoli, when did your term with the commission end?
Well, it would have ended with my end of my service as a member of the Board of Supervisors, but I think the last meeting I attended was in November of 2022.
Okay. And are you offering your testimony on behalf of the commission?
No, sir.
Okay.
I think I stated that clearly in another portion of my testimony, that it's, as it relates to the NHA, But
Well, and
no,
that was the base of my question. You did say it with respect to the committee. I was wondering if that applied to the commission
yeah,
also.
it does. I'm no longer a member of the
Thank you.
commission and not operating on behalf of the commission. No,
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, you're not a lawyer, are you?
I am
Supervisor?
not.
Okay.
I am not. I spent 44 years public service, good portion of that as elected official, but no, I'm not an attorney.
Okay, well, thank you. I may just have a few more questions. Let me check my notes real quick.
Sure.
Mr. Wooldridge, if you would please scroll to paragraph 15, which I believe is on page 6. Thank you. Supervisor Natoli, in paragraph 15, lines 10 through 11, you testify that the DCP will in some cases destroy local communities, small businesses, and family farms. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please identify the sources of information you're relying on in making that statement?
Again, I certainly draw upon my experience, but when you look at impacts of traffic, you look at impacts to farmland, impacts to small businesses, all of which can be related to construction activity. It certainly could, again, impact those businesses, and I think it would lead some folks. You look at the community of Hood, for example, a very small community, but to have a major pumping facility, an intake facility there, and all that it means to a community where, and I will just note this for the record, that the County of Sacramento, both the water agency and then the sanitation district, have made major investments in the town of Hood to bring both potable water and to improve that water treatment system there, but also to bring sanitary sewer to that community. And again, it's a fairly modest population, but one that has a few businesses that would be in again, my view as someone who represented the area for many years, would be very impactful. The rural setting, to have basically an industrial facility of that size and magnitude right on top of the town. That's my take on it, but I know it's just north of the community there. But so I again, from my experience, certainly having worked with local business people, farmers, and residents over the course of over several decades, that it's a real delicate balance for folks who a lot of times are just surviving on the margins as it is, and to have the disruption, the all the impacts of construction over what could be a dozen or more years could really could swing the balance to the point where folks would either one choose not to make the investment, choose to leave, or be driven out. And I truly believe that, and that you can't mitigate for some of that, and some of us I think it will harm those areas. And again, the community of Cortland, where some of the businesses there are just on the margin as well. And these are major impacts to very small rural communities that rely upon certainly the recreation and the investment in agriculture and in the patronage of folks and that's the thing about the heritage area is to invite folks to come there. Who's going to want to come to a construction zone? You'll keep people away for a decade or more in a major construction zone, rerouting the traffic. I just think those impacts, and having sat through a number of hearings and over the years on the board of supervisors, those are real impacts, and and people can be hurt, harmed, or driven out. And so that's a little further elaboration on what I'm trying to say there.
No, I appreciate that. And could you point me to specific impact analyses that you have in mind when you're responding as you just did? Or is it based on your long service experience?
Well, I'd say it's on experience. And again, I've certainly reviewed many environmental impact reports over the years, local land use, not anything of this magnitude. We're talking about, just, billions of dollars, and again, I know there's attempts to mitigate and so forth, but some of the things are not mitigatable, and people are harmed, and yet I think it goes to the setting in which this is being proposed. This is the Sacramento Delta. It's a very rural, agricultural based, with recreational aspects, small communities, people that, in most cases, modest incomes, some, very blue collar communities that are going to be impacted by a project of this magnitude if it were to go forward. And I just, I think that again, but to your question, again, I haven't conducted an analysis, no, but I think any analysis that I would allude to would be just my experience and drawing from that, what the impacts could and I believe would be on, and again, as to who and exactly where, I don't think anybody could predict that, but I think the communities of Hood and Cortland particularly would be very negatively impacted.
Okay. One more question, I believe, Supervisor Natoli, and I think the answer will likely be similar in its base, but in paragraph 16, you mentioned Delta ecosystems, and that for in line 13 there,
Yes.
Can you tell me what your technical expertise in assessing impacts to the ecosystem is?
Again, not a biologist or such, but again, I've certainly read some of the studies over the years. I know that the decline in the fish population, there are impacts both land and water. But you look at the Cosumnes Preserve, you look at the Stone Lakes Wildlife Refuge, you look at areas and I speak to Sacramento County because that's where I'm most familiar, but I know that there are any number of refuges and wildlife areas in the Delta Heritage Area, which encompasses the Sassoon Marsh and goes all the way over to Benicia and beyond. But that there are impacts, and and some of those are ones where you have some of the species are nearly on the brink of extinction, and that and others that would be impacted certainly that may not be in that category. And so I'm not an expert, but again, I've sat through enough hearings and read enough reports over the years, and I think that a project of this magnitude and the disruption that it would bring would certainly impact both the land and water-based creatures.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Natoli. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger, and thank you, Supervisor Natoli. At this point, I see Ms. Desjardins, you've had your hand up, and I realize it's been up for a little while. If we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins. Good afternoon, and you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins. I'm speaking as a party to the hearing. I did send an email. Ms. Morris' cross-examination did touch the subject of my own protest, and she repeatedly represented to Supervisor Natoli that he had appeared as a participant on the Stakeholder Engagement Committee. As I sent this in writing, he was not a participant on the committee, and such representations confuse the record and mischaracterize the context of key witnesses. I've also indicated that I believe this demonstrates a critical need for more open cross-examination, and that it's essential that the board allow questioning by any party whose interests are affected, not just those who are formally adverse, both to correct the record and to ensure procedural fairness. So I'm objecting to having to show adversity to do a follow-up question to clarify the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Your objection is overruled with respect to this case. I think Ms. Tabor is in doing a fine job and can do a fine job of asking follow-up questions of Supervisor Natoli if appropriate to clarify the record. So on that basis, I'm going to deny the objection or overrule the objection. But thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And with that, I believe is there anyone else who is seeking or wants to make a showing as to cross-examination of Supervisor Natoli? And I don't have any additional follow-up questions. So with that, I will turn back to you, Ms. Tabor, if you have any redirect.
I do not. I think to Ms. Desjardins' objection, Mr. Murdoch's testimony confirmed the correction to his written testimony that there were no representatives from Sacramento County on the Stakeholder Engagement Committee. And so we do not, because that's already accurately reflected in the record, we have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And thank you so much, Supervisor Natoli, for your time here, for spending time in your retirement to be here with us. I very much appreciate your testimony and your participation today, and you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsey.
And with that, I will turn back to you, either Ms. Tabor or Ms. Chester. If you can please identify for me, I do have your list here in front of me somewhere, but it is now gone. Will you please identify your next witness?
Yes, I will be handling our next witness, who is Robert Benedetti.
Thank you. And I will look to the hearing team if we can please elevate Mr. Benedetti. And Mr. Benedetti, you're welcome to turn on your camera and come off mute. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn things over to Ms. Chester. Mr. Benedetti, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And with that, I will look to you, Ms. Chester.
Thank you. Mr. Benedetti, is Exhibit Sacramento County 15 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
And is Exhibit Sacramento County 18 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
At this time, would you please summarize your testimony submitted for this portion of the proceeding as set forth in Exhibit Sacramento County 18?
Yes, could I have my slides?
There we are, I believe.
Yes, the next slide. What I've attempted to do with my testimony is to discuss the relevance of the area that the tunnel project will affect culturally. And first, I would remind of those who are considering this is that the area is included in an area of California, in fact, North America, where continuous habitation is the greatest. That is to say, somewhere between 10,000 and 13,000 years, there have been people living in this area that is affected by the tunnel. It's the longest continuous habitation in North America. The picture here is a reconstruction by Laura Cunningham of the Miwok world. The Miwok speaking people dominate this area, though there are other language groups nearby. The Delta was a magnet for different language groups. There was not an organization by tribe, but by tribalate, small communities, much like there is today. dotted the river areas of the Delta. Next slide. The reporting on the density of the native population starts in 1817 when the Spanish penetrate this part of the Delta and notice how many tribelets there in fact are. The Spanish were interested in both exploiting the labor of the native peoples, but also in converting them to Christianity. And the mission that was most beneficial to both causes was the San Jose mission, which is not in San Jose, as I think most people know. Next slide. The 19th century was not a particularly good time for native peoples. By the end of the century, they were moved out almost entirely to the Sierras. So their villages were either decimated by illness or violence. What moved in was people who some of whom had come for the gold rush, but they started agricultural activity and also dredging activity in order to make the islands so they could have particular agriculture. It was rich in the fact that they could have more than one crop a year, and they were successful enough to be able to build some remarkable houses. Showing here is one in the particular area we're talking, the greenhouse on River Road, which was built in 1876, built off of funding from agriculture. Next slide. The Rosebud Rancho has been damaged by fire recently, but it's still of interest because it was the same architect who built what had been through the Brown administration, the first Brown administration, the governor's mansion in Sacramento. The architect built two houses in the Delta, again reflecting the wealth of the area, built on agriculture and the cultural aspirations of Delta residents. Next slide. There's also a series of other houses that are of historical interest in this area on the River Road. And if the area is to become more inviting for tourists, some of these homes will probably be open for those people. Next slide. The town of Hood is of historical interest because it was supposed to be a copy of the area of Holland and the lowlands, the Netherlands in Europe. The idea that it would be a vacation spot, and it was so promoted by the Southern Pacific Railroad, which had its base there, a base there for interaction between the river boats and the rail. It never happened, but the town of Locke still has soldiered on and continues to be of historic interest. Cortland has become the center of the pear culture, about which there have been novels written, and there is a fair every year, and the small town celebrates this particular agricultural heritage annually. The state highway, which runs between Hood and Cortland, is part of State Highway 160, which has been designated as a state scenic highway because of its historical importance and the memorable nature of its landscape. Therefore, any visual intrusions that might damage this landscape would undercut what is already a state policy in terms of scenic highway. It's also been an area where artists have continued to be of interest. Not so much in the 19th century. They were taken in the 19th century with Monterey and with Yosemite, though there were paintings in the 19th century. But more recently, probably the most famous painter that's done a remarkable series on the Delta is Wayne Thiebaud, and his colleague Ray Kondos. Ning Ho is lives in Locke and has come from China. He is an artist collected by the Crocker, who's still painting. Thiebaud and Kondos have passed. And there are other less well-known artists who have seen in the Delta particular aesthetic. Next slide. Next slide.
We'll get there.
I'm sorry.
I think we need the next one, Mr. Wooldridge. Oh yeah, here we go. Technical difficulties, excuse us.
Is that the last slide?
We may have a freeze problem. Yes, it is. This is 10 out of 10.
Okay. I might mention that I am currently working on a book to focus on the arts. I have previously published a book on writings and reflecting on people who lived in the Delta, both fiction and nonfiction. Probably the most famous for the modern reader is Joan Didion, whose first novel was on the Delta. The novel is set on the other side, facing Cortland and Hood, but still she and others have celebrated the location and the particular challenges that nature has created for people who live in this area. So she's not the only one. In the 19th century, as you might expect, the novels and writing focused on the confluence of the San Joaquin and Sacramento River. Jack London comes to mind, but there were others. So the area has, in the 19th century and in the 20th century, been a focus for artists and writers who've found in the interface between nature and culture, human settlement, an important topic to comment on. That closes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benedetti. With that, I will look to Ms. Morris, if you are the right person, or there you are. Do you have questions for Mr. Benedetti?
I do. Thank you.
Please.
It's Dr. Benedetti, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry.
How are you?
In my classroom, I prefer Mr. because I was trying to break down the lines between myself and my students. And so I still prefer that, but Indeed, I am a doctor, but I can't operate on your foot.
There's a lot of doctors that can't operate. Okay, well, good afternoon, and thank you for being here today to answer our questions. My name is Stephanie Morris, and I'm outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources in this proceeding, and I have some questions for you. Do you have a master's degree in history?
I do not. My PhD is my master's and my PhD are in political science, but I have sat on 2 state humanities council boards because the nature of my research in towns and cities and on the Supreme Court has meant that I rely a great deal on history.
And just for clarification purposes, on your slide, your presentation, SACO 8, it states University of the Pacific. Are you presenting this information on behalf of University of the Pacific?
I am not. I am an emeritus professor from the university, and at this point, a freelance scholar. I do continue to teach at the CSU Sacramento campus as part of their Renaissance program, but this is not a representation of CSU Sacramento either.
Okay, so this is your own personal.
This is as a scholar, yes.
Okay, and I'm just confirming that you do not have a master's degree in architectural history.
No.
And or a master's in historic preservation.
No.
Do you have 2 years of experience conducting historical resource surveys that apply the California Register criteria?
I do not. I've never done that kind of analysis.
Are you aware that the California Register criteria states that anything that is eligible for listing in the National Register criteria is automatically listed in the California Register?
I was aware of that.
And looking at your testimony, which is SACO 15, just making sure I have the right one. I'm looking at paragraph 6.
Could somebody call that up?
We can bring that up. So yes, SACO 15, well, Mr. Woldridge has it. There we go.
He's faster. And I'm looking at paragraph 6. Yes. And I'm just wondering, the last sentence that starts with the project on line 25 will change. You see that sentence?
Yeah.
And what's the basis for that opinion in your testimony?
It's the reading of both the EIR this time and the previous EIRs in terms of what they state will be the nature of the construction and continued activity in and around pumping stations.
Okay. So as we go through your testimony, when you have cites to the FEIR, it would be based on your review of those citations. Is that a fair summation?
My review of the citations, review of the document. I didn't read the entire document. I focused on the discussions of both the former and current dealing with cultural activity.
Okay.
So I don't have any claim any expertise or in terms of the dealing with water and the biological or other aspects of the EIL.
Right, and I am asking about the data to support your assertion here, in particular on line 27, that the project is going to fundamentally compromise unique cultural and historic resources, which I understand is the basis of your testimony.
What I'm suggesting is that where my research has touched is on the existence of cultural and historic resources in the Delta area. I think it's often underestimated what's there and the history of the area. In terms of the disruption of the construction and the continuation of the water tunnels, it seems to me to risk the compromising of those resources, and that those resources are important.
And in developing your testimony, did you apply the California Register criteria?
I utilized the discussions in the first EIR, where the second EIR did not deal very much with Cortland and Hood. And so I went back to the earlier ones where they were focused on both properties that were included in the California historical analysis and those that for a variety of reasons could not be because they weren't accessible, and a large number of them have not been accessed according to that study.
So I think my question was more, did you do any independent analysis where you applied the California Register criteria?
I did not independently. I relied on data that was generated, particularly in the first EIR, in terms of the nature of the buildings and their status.
And when you say the first EIR, are you talking about the EIR for the California water fix?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that the California water fix is a different project than the Delta Conveyance project?
But one of the things I quickly came to understand is that the current EIR does not deal in any detail with the areas of from Cortland to Hood, which is the area that I feel continues to be most impacted, or heavily impacted, maybe not most, because I didn't look at the other areas. But I realized that the new planning takes a route away from into other areas of the Delta, but it still has an important presence for these communities.
And are you aware that the Delta Conveyance project design has changed from the California water fix, so therefore the impacts have changed?
Absolutely. And I looked for the impacts in the current EIR, both of the impacts to the extent they were able to discuss them on native sites and on current buildings and communities.
Okay. So you stated that you did review some portions of the EIR for the Delta Conveyance project. Is that correct?
Yes, you're talking about the current project. Yes, I did.
And did you review the mitigation measures in the,
I did.
particularly in chapter 19?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review DWR 1101R, which is a list of the permit terms proposed by the Department of Water Resources in this proceeding?
You have to refresh me on exactly what that is. I did look at 19, but I can't recall what exactly
Yeah.
what you're referring to.
Sure, that's fair. 1107 is not a chapter of the EIR. It's a proposed permit terms that have been submitted by DWR. And my question is if you had reviewed those.
That I have not, because I only reviewed the EIR.
Okay. So I would like to just, if it's possible, Mr. Woolridge, to pull up SACO 17. And you use this document. Do you understand that this was the Built Historical Resource Evaluation Report for water fix? And if we scroll down,
Yes.
you can see the date.
Right, and the reason I used it is that had it focused its analysis in part on areas related to the Highway 160 from Hood to Cortland, and that was of particular interest to me and to the county for whom I'm testifying.
Are you being paid to testify as a consultant for the county?
Yes.
And did you review the similar report? If we could just scroll to the top so I can get the name correct. Thank you. The Built Historical Resources Evaluation Report for the Delta Conveyance Project.
Right, and that is the one that it seemed to me focused a great deal on other areas of the Delta, many of which were not in Sacramento County. But it did not focus or renew the focus on the areas that I was particularly interested in, which is the area between, including Cortland to Hood.
And do you think that's possible that it didn't because were not identified impacts in that area that you were interested in?
No, there's, as I understand it, there are still that the intakes will still be in those areas. It's just that other aspects of the tunnel project will be elsewhere, and therefore that there are other areas of the Delta which I did not study, which will be affected. But we still have a affectation of Hood and Cortland and the highway connecting them and the homes and locations in that area.
Okay, and if we could pull up AHO 1162, it might crash. It might take a minute to load. It's pretty big. And Dr. Benedetti, are you familiar with this document?
I believe so. Show me more of it.
I'll represent to you that you cited it in your testimony, and it's the Historic Resource Survey and Evaluation Report for the Delta Conveyance Project. So I saw your head shake, but I didn't hear the answer. I just want to make sure.
I did.
Yes.
Because that's the one where there were a host of additional areas that were surveyed because of the different locations of facilities with the new proposal.
Okay. And in your testimony, SACO 15 in paragraph 8, you quote the EIR to say that there can be impacts to archaeological sites. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe I quoted that from the report.
And did you review mitigation measure Col 3A?
I believe I did.
Maybe if we can pull up AHO 1157, please.
One of the problems with the, okay, let's see, where are you talking?
If we can go to PDF page 55. And you're familiar with this document that's chapter 19 of the EIR for the Delta Conveyance Project, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So did you review Col 3A?
Can you zoom in just on the title? Thank you, Mr. Woldridge.
3A. Yes, I did.
So do you understand that because DWR does not have legal access to all of the areas in the project footprint, that some of those areas are inaccessible at this point in time?
Correct.
And do you also understand that before construction begins, DWR, when they have access, that they are going to survey all of those areas?
What I was not clear was whether they would ever get access.
Well, as presumably, if they're going to build something, they have legal access to the property.
But it's a question of the areas. It's not only the property in which they are actually putting the facility, it's the properties around them.
And it's true, you understand that Col C is a commitment for doing those pre-construction surveys, correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I don't
To
know.
the extent you have it, you can caveat. Go ahead, Mr. Benedetti.
It seemed to me that what was being implied there was well beyond simply finding out whether there was any surface remains. That in order to do it correctly, one would need to have an army of graduate students and a theory of what you were looking at. At one point in chapter, I believe it was in chapter 19, there's a diagram which suggests that one of the sites, at least adjacent to what's going to be constructed, was a community. It was not just a midden or a group of garbage, and it seemed to me that that it was beyond the scope of what was being promised here. Was a full scale investigation of these areas because they're so important in terms of our history of the United States and native populations here, particularly because the natives in this area were decentralized and they seem to be able to exist side by side for over 1,000 years without major conflicts between them. And it seems to me that that's something we want to get to the bottom of. So anything that would lessen the detail of the exploration of these, the way these people lived, it seems to me to be a challenge to our cultural heritage.
Is it fair to assume you've said you've read Cole 3A, that those mitigation measures do not change your conclusions
No,
in your testimony? Okay. Um, I would like to pull up.
let me just suggest, when Berkeley was, I believe, the second university in the United States to start anthropology, and its focus was primarily on Native Americans in this area. They have since gone on to other things. It seems to me that we need to, to the extent possible, return that focus on this area so that we get a fuller story with the modern techniques that anthropologists can employ.
And you agree that the area that you're identifying as the village was identified by the Department of Water Resources, correct?
Yes, the village was identified among other sites, but I was particularly interested in a village because it seemed to me that that opened the possibility of something more major in terms of the of understanding the culture.
And were you aware that the Historical Resources Survey Evaluation Report identified an area of impact extending beyond the project footprint to ensure the resources within visibility of the DCP project features would be inventoried and considered for impact analysis?
I was, but again, I wasn't absolutely clear what would be included in that. And it seems to me that the entire area, native peoples uh, uh, settled along the rivers, and the riverfront areas are particularly rich in terms of trying to reconstruct what their life was like. Um, so I wasn't sure quite where, and I wouldn't be an expert enough to know whether if somebody said, well, we're going to measure 1,000 feet out from the actual construction, or 2,000 feet or 3,000 feet, whether that would be appropriate, because it seems to me that that's an anthropology call.
So you don't have an expert opinion about that?
I do not.
Okay. And looking at page 5 of your testimony, page, I believe it's online. Apologize. It's on line 9 to 10. You cite AHO 1162 and AHO 1160 for the basis that the greenhouse and Rosebud Rancho are historic buildings that would be impacted. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe so.
And then I'd like to pull up, please, AHO 1160. And this is the impact analysis for the project on built environmental historic resources. And you cited to this, and you specifically cite to, I believe it is PDF page 3, which is C3. If we could go to PDF page 3. We're gonna have to make this bigger because I really can't see it, and I'm not sure others can.
Where should we focus?
Yeah, let's focus on let's focus on the top. And so if we could scroll to see, do you see that alternative 1 column that's about the middle of the page? says alternative 1, central 6,000 intakes B and C.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the alternatives are for the Delta Conveyance project? Let me start. Let me make it easier. I should just say,
I do.
are you aware that alternative 5 is the
Right.
Delta Conveyance project?
Yes, I
Okay.
am.
So if we can scroll down, okay, yeah, we could scroll over. Do you agree that none of these alternatives are alternative 5?
No, none of those are alternative 5.
Okay. And but this is what you cited for
No,
the impact.
a mistake because I did look at alternative 5,
Okay,
and is it on the next page?
it is not, but why don't we just go and look at that? Maybe it would be easier. And if we could go to PDF page 9. And it was Mr. Wilders, could you scroll to the right a little bit? And do you see this is alternative 5, the Bethany Reservoir?
Um,
It's at the top of the page.
right,
You see that?
right.
Okay, great. So now if we could just scroll back a tiny bit, and we might have to make this smaller, but let's first go and find, I think if we look down to one, let me pull it. I had it marked on a different place on a different sheet. So I believe it is the one that's marked 147 about, yes, right there. And that's the greenhouse that you're referring to, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and if we could now scroll over and right there. And do you agree that the only identified impact is a visual impact?
Correct.
Okay. And if we could also scroll back over since we're here, and if we go up to the column marked 68, do you see Rosebud Rancho?
Yes,
And if you scroll over, do you agree that that is also just a visual impact?
correct.
Okay. But sorry. Oh, go ahead.
For people who are uh, um, for tourists and visitor use of these homes, visual impact is the whole thing. I mean, that's it. Uh, we're not talking about some sort of scientific analysis. It's possible of the. I know that at least Rosebud had a beautiful garden, which may be brought back, but it visual impact is a very important aspect of historical preservation and of any kind of use of a property for tourist attraction. And so the visual impact it cannot be minimized, and that's what I seized on there.
Right, and I'm not arguing with you that visual impact is important. In fact, if you look at it, it says it's SU, which means that there has to be mitigation for it. And so, do you agree that DWR has committed to mitigation for those visual impacts?
I'm not sure. Again, how do you mitigate for visual impacts? It's vague enough that I wasn't. In it, obviously, they realize that there does need to be some attempt to but it seems to me that before one commits oneself to the project, that has to be specified.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to your PowerPoint, SACO, was it 18? And looking at slide, believe it is 5. Yes. So would you agree that this statement that Rosebud Rancho is in the footprint of the intake is inaccurate?
Um, uh, that would have been that should have been struck because I used this same slide when with the earlier planning, and so that uh, it's misleading.
Not intentional, I understand. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you. And so would you agree too that based on the sections we just looked at in the EIR, that neither the Rosebud Rancho or the greenhouse will have any physical impacts to the structure, any structural impacts?
Not according to the document that I read. Um, that there's that now it's possible that because 160 goes right by them, that traffic on 160 could have uh, an ill effect on them, but I'm not aware of any of that.
But you
And
haven't analyzed the traffic patterns or the preferred traffic routes?
So it was the visual impact that was particularly concerning me because of the importance of that for historical preservation purposes.
Would you agree that the view from the Rosebud Rancho in 1877 was probably different than the view from the Rosebud Rancho today?
Objection. I mean, clearly it calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No, I'm not an expert on the gardens that surrounded these homes. And I know that, and particularly at Rosebud, there were gardens at various times. So I cannot comment on this. I have not studied photographs of Rosebud or the other or the greenhouse at various points in time to know what the sight lines were.
Are you aware that, or do you know what a treatment plan is in terms of historical cultural resources?
I'm not sure that I understand the question. I'm not an expert on historical preservation. So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So you don't, you haven't prepared or implemented a built environment treatment plan?
No.
Okay. And are you aware that the EIR and DWR commit to preparing and implementing built environmental treatment plans for impacted properties like the Rosebud Rancho?
Again, I wasn't exactly sure what the scope of that would be. And it seems to me that um, if such treatment plans are being prepared, that they ought to be part of the EIR. And it was not.
Are you aware that DWR plans to prepare those treatment plans in consultation with interested parties?
No.
In your testimony, you state a concern about Delta community events and festivals. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Yes, that this is particularly during the construction phase, though it would seem to me from what the EIR suggests that there may be continuing impacts on those cultural events.
Are you aware of DWR's commitment to minimize construction-related disturbances to the Delta community events and festivals?
I'm not sure what that means.
So you haven't reviewed that portion of we can pull it up and you can let me know if you reviewed it. It's Mr. Woj, it's AHO 1007, please. And And I hope it's page 32. So this, I'm sorry, just before we do that, can you see that this is the environmental commitments and best management practices that's in Appendix 3B of the Delta Conveyance Project EIR?
Mhm.
And then if we could go, thank you. And have you reviewed this chapter?
Not carefully.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for answering my questions. I appreciate your time and all the lovely artwork.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
May I ask a question? Where was Ms. Morris aware of the lovely artwork before I showed it to her?
Yes. Well, one, because it was in your water fix presentation, but also I was aware of it.
So all four of them?
I can truly admit only all four because I think they were in your previous water fix presentation, but condos in particular.
I'm a teacher, and I want to make sure people understand the value of the Delta visually.
Well, I'll represent that I was introduced to some Delta artists, although Wayne Thiebaud was a favorite as a child, but mostly for the pies. I really enjoy the pies.
Thiebaud in the Delta is one interpretation of Thiebaud in the Delta is based on his color pattern, which is not the color pattern of the Delta, and it implies that man has forced his own color palette on nature, and that there's a real tension in those paintings between human color and natural color, a natural environment, which I was particularly interested in because that does not occur in condos. Condos creates a delta that looks more like Greece.
I want to think about this further, but I'm going to try to keep us on. Thank you, Mr. Benedetti. I will keep us on track, and I will look to Mr. Krieger, who I believe has questions for you. It may unfortunately not be about art. I'm not sure. Mr. Krieger, to you.
Thanks, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Good afternoon, Mr. Benedetti. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Miles Krieger, and I am counsel for the State Water Contractors. And I do have a few questions for you this afternoon. Mr. Woldridge, if you would please pull up Mr. Benedetti's testimony, SACO 015, and scroll to paragraph 10, please. Thank you. Mr. Benedetti, in paragraph 10, line 1 on page 4, you reference, quote, current conversations among members of several Native groups. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you personally involved in those conversations?
No, I have listened in on occasion to various and interviewed people who are having some of them, but I have not been part of those conversations.
Can you tell me which Native groups are having those conversations?
The ones that I had heard were the Shingle Springs. They're usually identified by that is not a Native designation. That's where they were moved in 1916. Sort of a collection of those tribelets, citizens that were still existed, were moved to the Sierras. And so the ones that I'm most aware of are Shingle Springs.
Thank you. Mr. Woldridge, would you please scroll down to paragraph 17? Thank you. And can you scroll just so that we can see line 18 as well? Thanks. Mr. Benedetti, you refer to in line 17 through 18, you refer to possible restoration of the Rosebud Rancho. Can you tell me what restoration activities are currently taking place at the Rancho?
No, I know that there was some talk of some restoration um, uh, because it was a favorite travel site for the Historical Society in Elk Grove. But I do not know of any current organization that's taken on the restoration.
Do you know of any organization that is proposing to take on restoration?
No. I've heard that again, the Elk Grove people were interested in it being restored, but I don't know of any organization that they formed.
Okay. Can we please scroll to paragraph 23, Mr. Wooldridge? In paragraph 23, Mr. Benedetti, line 12, you refer to quote unquote community life.
Yeah.
Is it your testimony that community life will not be sustained during the construction and operation of DCP?
No, but that it may be um, changed or impacted. Small towns are very delicate ecosystems, and with the influx of the people, equipment, and other impacts in the area, traffic area, um, uh, community identity may be uh, uh, dramatically affected. It's I think one is we actually sociologists and political scientists have understudied um, small community areas, localities, but to the extent that they have, um, there's one book that's called "Small Town and Mass Society," which suggests that small towns struggle in mass society, and it seemed to me that this was inviting mass society to their doorstep.
And I think the rest of this paragraph in your testimony probably touches on that, and I'd like to ask you a few questions about it, if I may.
Sure.
In lines 13 through 14, for example, you testify that traffic will, quote, damage the transactions of business. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you do any analysis showing that DCP would impact local business revenue or profitability or something like that?
No, I did not. This is more of a theoretical based on my reading of local government and local localities.
I see. And similarly, in paragraph 23, lines 14 through 17, you reference routines. Which routines are you referring to?
Let's see, 14 through 17.
Yeah, the word routines specifically appears on line 15, right. About 5 words.
I was that it seems to me that the routines that were attendance at community events and the planning and implementation of those events was really what I was talking about there. Not you'll notice that there's a colon, and then I give some examples. Those examples exhaust what I was speaking of, nothing else.
Okay, and to reach that conclusion, did you conduct any analysis, like a survey of residents to ascertain those routines that you refer to?
No, but I have been aware. I've attended some community events in the Delta, and I am aware of the from conversations I've had that of the commitment of the communities to these events, and so it was the possible impact on that commitment to these events that I was referring to there.
Okay. And are there any analyses that you're relying on to conclude that those routines would not continue due to the DCP?
No, again, the small town mass society idea that the uh, impact of a large construction project and a particular kind of activity that would be continuing had high potential of disrupting those. That's all I meant to, and
Okay.
based on um, there early in the 19th century they started using the term Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft to mean modernity and more traditional lifestyles. And it seemed to me that all of a sudden these projects were bringing modernity to small towns who were, in a sense, a stand against that modernity.
Okay. And so jumping down to line 17, this probably relates to that. You testify that investments may be put on hold.
Right. Those are investments. It's one of the aspirations that is implicit in the Delta, the new Delta heritage area, is that it will attract people, tourists to the area, and it has to be a place where tourists would be, in order for an investor to put a restaurant or a hotel in an area, it's got to believe that those visitors will come. And it seems to me that if there was these projects make it less likely that investors are going to invest in these areas as possible tourist locations, or because of the possible impact of these industrial sites.
So are you aware of any investments that have not occurred due to the proposed DCP?
No, because it's too early. That is to say, I believe we've been discussing tunnels for almost 50 years, if I'm correct. And so people, investors wait until it seems more likely that it's actually going to happen to be putting their investments on hold.
Okay, but again, you're not aware of any specific investments that have been put on hold because of that. Okay, okay. And in the next sentence, you state that some residents may leave, others may not arrive. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding what your testimony is here. Are you testifying that or concluding that some people will leave as a result of the DCP?
Again, the Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft, that some people may wish to be return to a more traditional style of life, as has happened in some of the gold rush communities, and others may feel that, and those residents may not come because of the changed ambience of the community, and others who have appreciated the current ambience may leave because the ambience has been undermined. People make decisions not only on whether their houses have appreciated or where they want their kids to go to school, but also on community ambience. And so it seemed to me that the change of that may affect some residents such that they will move.
Okay, and so if I understand correctly, your testimony is not based on your personal awareness of someone or a group of people who are, said they are going to leave because of DCP or not going to come because of that.
So to my knowledge, there's only been one survey that's attempted to look at Delta, to samples Delta residents, and that's been recently done. and these questions were not asked.
Okay. And so again, your testimony is based on sort of these concepts of mine shaft, gazelle shaft, those
Right.
concepts. Okay. Okay, thank you. On lines 18 and 19, again in paragraph 23, you testify that, quote, safety that had been taken for granted may no longer be secure, or may no longer be secure. And for these towns to survive as social units, the boomtown milieu that often accompanies a construction site needs to be avoided. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, because and this is drawn off of studies that have been done in communities in which there's been, for example, in Canada, where there's been recent oil discoveries, and what has happened as the people who are going to that work and coming from that work make an impact on a local community, and that's where the safety business comes in. That it's more open to a greater number of people, some of whom may not share the community's commitments and values.
And you mentioned the word safety specifically, and so I'm wondering if you're suggesting that DCP workers will or may harm local residents, tourists, or visitors?
It just is that, for example, if there's a lot of people coming into work, it would mean that there'd be people crossing a street. You could, or riding a bicycle, could have I'm not saying that the people who would be working for the construction or the maintenance of the facilities are crooks. I'm just talking about the fact that the increased population of people who are coming and going creates a safety risk.
Okay. Jumping down to, I believe it's paragraph 27, Mr. Woolridge, and specifically, well, actually, it's a footnote, and it's the Delta Girls footnote, and which is at footnote 7. Mr. Benedetti, you quote from Delta Girls. Delta Girls is a novel, is that right?
That's right.
It's a fictional story?
It is.
And the quotation in your testimony pertains to fictional characters, is that right? Sorry, you said yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving down to paragraph 28, line 6, you mention, or you use a phrase, fatigue factor. Can you explain that to me and point me to the evidence that you're relying on to show that?
Before I do that, let me say something about quoting a novel to get some. A famous critic used the term structure of feeling, that if one wants to understand the structure of feeling of an area, one often reads novelists to do that. Just because something is in a novel or is characters in a novel doesn't mean that it isn't true in the sense of a cultural milieu being captured. And so I quoted that novel because of the observation of the novelist to something I think is generally true there. So it's not to be seen as fiction, but a novelist expressing a hard to express truth. Okay.
It is a fictional work, though. Did I understand that correctly?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you probably wouldn't read very many fictional works if they didn't have some truth to them. And I just wanted to make that. The reason I quoted it is because of that. It seemed to me she was particularly sensitive to an existing milieu. Okay.
I appreciate that. Would you like me to reiterate my question related to the fatigue factor?
Yeah. Where are you?
Hoping so paragraph 28, line 6, you use the term fatigue factor, and I was hoping you could explain to me what you meant by that and also identify the evidence that you're relying on in using that term.
I'm sorry, line 6.
Yes, is that correct? Yes.
Yeah.
However, the analysis. Yeah, my feeling was that that we have to, that I was inviting people to think about the project over time and the cumulative impacts of traffic and disruption on the cumulative impact may be different than the casual impacts, and it would be the number of and the length of projects rather than just that. Even if it only increased traffic or activity a certain amount, a small amount, but over a period of time, that we have to that would affect the ability to maintain cultural tourism.
Okay. Later in this paragraph, you testify regarding former residents potentially returning to the area, to the Delta area. And I'm wondering, what are you relying on to conclude that there are former residents who plan on returning?
It's actually, having discussed what has been happening in Cortland. I'm not sorry, Cortland, Clarksburg. There's been a number of people who were, in fact, the fellow who's been the sort of spark plug for the redoing of the little school there that they hope will become a gateway to the Delta. He lived in Davis, I believe, or somewhere in very maybe various settings, and he's now moved back to Clarksburg, and talks of others that have done that. They remember their childhood fondly, and they in retirement particularly, they long for the ambience of that period.
And do you know those other people personally, or are you hearing this from the gentleman you just mentioned?
I know the gentleman personally. I don't know the others he refers to personally.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. In paragraph 29, just moving along, lines 18 through 22, you testify regarding several restoration projects. Do you see that? Line 20, I think specifically, is where the phrase several restoration projects is.
Yes. And then I talk about Clarksburg, which is just across the river from Hood, and another place that I did not include there is Isleton, where they're doing quite a few restoration projects currently.
Okay, and is it your testimony that the DCP will impact those restoration projects that are already underway?
No, not necessarily those, but that the beginning of similar projects in Cortland or Hood.
Okay. Can we scroll down, Mr. Woolridge, to the bottom of page 10? Oh, are we already there? Okay, thank you. Mr. Benedetti, in lines 24 through 27, you discussed participation by the Cortland Hood communities related to the Delta NHA. Is that generally a fair characterization? What are you relying on to conclude that the DCP will stop participation by Cortland or Hood in the NHA?
Just that the whole idea of the NHA is that to increase the opportunity for leisure and tourist activity. And the operation of these, of the tunnels and the construction, the operation of the tunnels will make it less likely that Cortland and Hood will want to get started with those kinds of projects.
Okay, and are you aware of any efforts to attract outside investors that Cortland or Hood have stopped making due to the proposed DCP?
Again, this is speculative because exactly what is going to happen with the tunnels is been such a long drawn out thing that people are basically waiting to see what the next step is going to be.
Okay. And I think that, and I have some questions later down that I'd like to jump to because I imagine your response will be similar. So I'll go ahead and ask those now. In paragraph 30, Mr. Woolridge, if you would please navigate down there. And specifically lines 13 through 16. You mentioned this concept of partner sites and that partner sites will be impeded by the Delta Conveyance project. Have you identified any businesses that have decided not to pursue any benefits from the Delta NHA due to the DCP?
No, again, it's too speculative. It's people who be interested in doing this are waiting and seeing. And I know that I understand that waiting and seeing it's true of the entire Delta. Actually, until the tunnel issue is settled, exactly what the project, where development will happen and what kind of partnering will go on is I think I know that the people with the protection agency, and you heard one with Natoli, are concerned that with the Delta Heritage Plan are concerned about the cooperation that they are going to get if the project goes forward, and if there are successor projects, what impact they might have on the Heritage Project.
Okay.
That this morning, that was already made very clear, I think, by Commissioner Natoli.
And I think, and if I understand your testimony correctly, one of the reasons why there maybe or you're suggesting there is a weighting of investors is due to impacts to local farming, habitats, and historic structures, which is lines 15 and 16. Is that right? Do I understand that correctly?
Correct. And the whole, what will the experience be like? What will 160 be? Will it still be a historic road when these projects, whatever they turn out to be, are completed?
And have you done any specific analysis or technical analysis regarding your testimony about the impairment to local farming habitats or historical structures? Okay. Okay. With that, I think I have concluded my questions. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Benedetti. I really appreciate it.
May I ask you the same question that I asked the former? Had you seen the paintings before?
Not those specific paintings, but I have seen some Delta artwork before. And the color schemes are what reminded me, actually, that I had seen those before.
Are you talking about Wayne Thiebaud?
Couldn't tell you. Maybe. Couldn't tell you. It was years ago that I saw them. I remember them.
If nothing else, that I will have sensitized you to take a look at Delta Art.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Krieger and Mr. Benedetti. I will look to the room whether there is anyone who seeks to ask other questions of Mr. Benedetti before I turn to Ms. Chester. Then with that, Ms. Chester, do you have any redirect for Mr. Benedetti?
Just briefly, thank you.
There's some,
Ms. Hearing Officer Kinsey,
Yes.
OSHA Reserve, I'm looking for the AHO hearing number. I believe there may have been an error that was inadvertent in Mr. Benedetti's testimony that I'd like a chance to correct.
Okay.
I don't know if Ms. Chester intends to redirect on it, honestly. I just would need a second to look up the AHO number for chapter 19 of the final EIR.
Was this an issue you were going to get into, Ms. Chester? I'm wondering.
I will defer to Ms. Meserve.
Okay. I'm wondering, I thought about, we also need a break, but I was going to, let Mr. Benedetti go, but maybe let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break because it's about time. And then when we come back, we'll turn to you, Ms. Meserve, and we'll see if we can address this issue.
Okay. Hearing Officer Kinsey,
I'm sorry, yes,
excuse
Ms. Tabor.
pardon me, but before we break, we're looking at the clock and we have identified that we need to make a change in our witness order for today.
Okay.
Mr. Ogilvy is scheduled to go second to last, but he has had to travel to our office for his testimony. And so to avoid him, I'm concerned we aren't going to finish with him today on the pace we're going. So we'd like to move him up to follow Mr. Benedetti so that Mr. Ogilvy can be sure to complete his testimony today.
And Ms. Morris, do you have any concern about that change?
I do not.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then let's plan to do that. Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And let's break and we'll come back at 3:19. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, it is 3:19. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And then we have Ms. Chester, Ms. Meserve. I will make sure we have Mr. Benedetti. And we have Ms. Morris. Excellent. Ms. Meserve, I believe I'm turning first to you.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey, and I'm not sure how to meet your standard or if it does, but I wanted to ask Mr. Benedetti a quick question that clarifies something in his testimony that I believe may be in error and wasn't something that I was aware of until today. So
Let's go ahead and proceed, please.
okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Benedetti, and I'll ask this question on behalf of a neighboring property owner, Stillwater Orchards, and it pertains to the Rosebud Rancho property that's mentioned in your testimony. I'm looking at paragraph 17 that talks about the fire damage to that property, which is adjacent to one of the proposed intakes. And the only question I just wanted to ask you is you mentioned the fire damage and your concern with restoration efforts. And I was wondering, I think it's Mr. Woldridge is helping us on the
Yes,
slide, is that right?
correct.
Could we please go to AHO 1157, this is the final EIR, page 19. And
I'm sorry, I thought that this was meant to be fixing a citation, and I don't see that. This seems to be fixing testimony, not fixing a citation.
What is your intent, Ms. Meserve?
I believe there may be an error in his testimony, so I am attempting to cross-examine Mr. Benedetti to see if we can correct it.
I'll allow that. It's narrow, and
A disputed issue of fact.
let's see what this is, please, Ms. Meserve.
Uh-oh, now it looks like a different page than what I was looking at. PDF page 19.
There we go.
And scroll down toward the bottom. So this is the entry, Mr. Benedetti, about the Rosebud Rancho. And just, are you aware, Mr. Benedetti, that the EIR reports here that the property has been restored in compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards for treatments of historic properties as field checked by ICF in 2020?
I was not aware of that.
Okay.
I read that sentence, but I wasn't sure what it meant in the I know that there was some restoration, but whether it was I didn't go into how much had been restored and to what extent. I knew that I did read that the restoration that was done was in compliance with the historic, the treatment of historic properties. But how much restoration, I did not know whether that was fully restored or not. And so that's what I knew that there had been fire damage. And I do know that the Elk Grove people are no longer taking a tour there. So I wasn't, and I haven't gone and checked out how extensive the damage was, what extent was it, has it been rectified?
No
So
further questions.
That's what I don't have any independent validation about. My interest in the property was more as a possible focus for future tourism, because it seems to me to be a major, it's one of the two properties, I think the only one existing, that Goodell did in the Delta.
And here, Mr. Kinsey, I just want to, I'm not objecting to this particular, but I think it's misleading to say it's fixing a citation, and really it's fixing testimony. And that does appear to be friendly cross, and there was no showing of adversity. So I'm not objecting to this particular cleanup, really, but in the future, I think if it's a cite or correcting testimony, it should be clear before we start.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison, and I can be sure to explore that more thoroughly. I think this was a surgical question by Ms. Meserve and clarified the record, which I think was not included in my written ruling, but we did discuss that, and this was I think an appropriate cleanup. But I again emphasize and appreciate the limited nature that we went in and addressed this issue.
Decide to what extent the restoration had been complete, even though that it was, as it was done in compliance with the national guidelines.
Understood, and thank you, Mr. Benedetti, and thank you, Ms. Meserve, and I believe with that, I will look to Ms. Chester.
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Benedetti, do you recall questions from Ms. Morris regarding the California Register criteria?
Yes, I do.
And in your opinion, does a structure need to be listed on the federal or state registry to have cultural or historic value to a community?
No.
Okay, that is all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chester. And with that narrow scope, I will note Ms. Morris nodded her head no. So I think there we are. Mr. Krieger, you also could follow up. Do you have any follow-up?
I do not.
Thank you. Then with that, I believe I want to thank you very much, Mr. Benedetti. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your teaching. I appreciate your testimony today and your time. Please go ahead.
Elaine Bowers just died. She was a watercolorist. They had a show recently at the Universalist Church here in Sacramento. She's very talented and well worth somebody's exploring as a name that wouldn't come right to I'm going to put her in the book because it's very, very good stuff. Elaine Bowers.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Benedetti, very much. And thank you for your time and your testimony. I appreciate all you have to offer, and you are excused.
Thank you.
And with that, I see Ms. Desjardins, you have your hand up. Please, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Yeah, thank you. I did look into, I just wanted to say, I want to file something because I looked into Adam Murdoch's testimony and he had a
Sounds like we have
sorry,
an
is there an echo?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but I think we're okay.
Yeah, there was a false statement, the same false statement that Ms. Morris made in that the County of Sacramento participated in the Stakeholder Engagement Committee in Mr. Murdoch's written testimony, and it was brought out to be false on cross-examination. Under Evidence Code A02, there is a problem with relying on testimony of an impeached witness to clarify the record. So I'm just gonna try to, I'm trying to look through the transcripts and find out where it was, but I want to put this in the record and clarify it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I believe we've clarified the record and the participation, and Ms. Tabor was willing to stand on that clarification. So I'm not sure. I guess I would ask you to think about whether it's worth your time and effort to take additional action, but of course you may.
Well, this was part of, there have been a number of misstatements, and I did object to false statements about the intake location process as well. So it's a part of a larger issue about the Stakeholder Engagement Committee and the intake design process in this proceeding. So yes, I would like to do that. And that's why I've sought to clarify these issues, because there is significant confusion being created by incorrect statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morris.
I just have a point of clarification. My understanding is that the time frame for objecting to testimony is already passed, and this sounds like an objection to Mr. Murdoch's testimony. And then secondly, I'm allowed to ask questions, and I truly did not mean to confuse Supervisor Natoli. I am allowed to ask him. I had a misunderstanding, but he serves in many roles besides the county, and I was trying to inquire in terms of those other roles. So I obviously cannot testify. So I do not believe that was my intent was not to be misleading, but to ask questions to clarify his participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Tabor, should I look to you for introduction of your next witness? I understand Mr. Ogilvy.
That's correct. Hearing Officer Kenzie, have we elevated Mr. Ogilvy?
We have not. Mr. Ogilvy, if you wouldn't mind, there we are. Perfect. If the team would please elevate Mr. Ogilvy. Good afternoon, and you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Hi there. Hi there.
We can hear you.
Great.
Audio test is complete. I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn to Ms. Tabor. Mr. Ogilvy, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you very much. And to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ogilvy. Is the joint Sacramento County and Yolo County exhibit that we call SAYO 1 your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do. In exhibit SAC dash SAYO1 on page 5, lines 2 through 3, the sentence beginning the picture below should be replaced with a sentence stating the photo below depicts a farm abutting the Sacramento River that is in the vicinity of my family's farm.
Great, thank you very much. Officer Kinsey, we will provide a corrected red line version of that exhibit after today's hearing.
Thank you.
And Mr. Ogilvy, is the joint Sacramento County and Yolo County exhibit SAYO 4 a correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, can we please bring up that exhibit SAYO 4, Mr. Woldridge? Thank you. And Mr. Ogilvy, could you please proceed to summarize your testimony?
Yes, thank you. My name is David Ogilvy. I live in Clarksburg, California with my wife and 2 children. I am the director of production for my family farm, Wilson Farms, a farm that has been in my family for 4 generations. My great-grandfather started farming in Clarksburg in 1921. I offer this testimony on behalf of the County of Sacramento and the County of Yolo regarding the potential effects of the Delta Conveyance project on Delta communities and businesses. I received my Bachelor of Science degree in Viticulture and Enology from the University of California, Davis. After receiving my Bachelor of Science degree, I traveled to 3 continents to make wine. After I obtained my Master Brewer's, afterwards, I had obtained my Master Brewer certificate from the University of California, Davis. Before coming back to the family farm in 2014, I worked for Anheuser-Busch for 5 years. I am involved in my surrounding communities. I am the chair of the Clarksburg General Plan Citizens Advisory Committee, co-chair of the Sacramento Metro Chamber Food and Ag Committee, board vice chair for the Center for Land-Based Learning, and a trustee of the Reclamation District 150 on Merritt Island. I was also a Class 52 fellow of the California Agricultural Leadership Program. I'm also a member, proudly, of a local band called the Local Yokels, in which I sing and play bass guitar at local Delta venues. As a business owner and resident of the Delta region, I believe that the DCP is not in the public interest. Our 4th generation family farm primarily grows wine grapes and figs. I am looking to diversify the farm at this time by planting blueberries, olives, nuts, and more figs. The photo below depicts our family farm, which depicts a farm which abuts the Sacramento River that is in the vicinity of my family farm. In 2015, I started a winery with my brother, Phil Ogilvy, and my friend Tom Merwin, called Ogilvy Merwin Vintners. The winery focuses on making premium wines from the Clarksburg region under 3 wine brands: Silt Wine Company, Fellow Wines of Clarksburg, and Scenic View Wines. As director of production, I practice sustainability and efficiency as I lead the farming team, manage vineyards, and manage winemaking for my 3 wine brands. Silt Wine Company has a private by appointment only direct-to-consumer tasting room in Clarksburg. Silt Wine Company employs 5 full-time and 10 part-time employees. Many of our employees on the farm and in our wine business, including our owners and many full-time managers, live in the Delta. Our wine is also sold locally and in grocery stores. SAYO-002 shows a marketing image for our winery, which includes a photo of myself and my 2 business partners or employees. The photo below depicts me in our vineyard with a bottle of our fellow wine. We make our wine at the old sugar mill. The old sugar mill was previously a sugar beet factory until closure in 1994. The old sugar mill reopened as a wine grape crush facility for local wine grape farmers in 2000, also operating as a historic building venue for more than a dozen wine tasting rooms. The old sugar mill also hosts weddings and events attracting 500 to 1,500 people many weekends. The growth of the old sugar mill shows how Delta farmers and businesses are willing to adapt to consumer demands. The photo below depicts an aerial image of the old sugar mill and its location near or right on the Sacramento River. Farmland and
Mr.
towns.
Ogilvy, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're trying to keep track of where we should be in your slide deck here.
That would be it right there.
Right
the old
there.
sugar
Okay,
mill.
thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
And you can just let us know when you get to a next slide. Give us a next slide. That would be super. Thank you.
In addition to the tasting rooms at the old sugar mill, the Clarksburg region is home to many direct-to-consumer tasting rooms. SAO-003 is a map that shows some of the wineries in the area, and I believe that's your next slide. Well, I guess not. Maybe it was the previous one. Yeah, that would be the previous one, 2 slides previous.
Yeah.
So all those grape clusters are other wineries in the area outside of the sugar mill. Many of the wineries also operate as event and wedding venues. Many bands play at these various venues for people to enjoy. For example, my band, the Local Yokels, aims to play twice a month at local venues. In addition to the local wineries, some of my favorite places to play are at Hughes's, a local restaurant in Clarksburg, Coquette Resort, a Sacramento River waterfront RV and vacation rental resort in Walnut Grove. The photo below in my testimony depicts the Local Yokels playing a private event at Silt Winery. To visit Clarksburg and the surrounding areas, you can go to the next slide. Next one after that. To visit Clarksburg and the surrounding areas, visitors often drive across the Sacramento River on the Freeport Bridge, depicted below. People are attracted to visit the Delta, especially its wineries and businesses, for relaxation and to experience an agrarian lifestyle. Agritourism brings nostalgia to people who want to reconnect to a relaxed, slower pace of life. Below are photos of local visitors enjoying the wineries. I don't believe that's in my testimony. I don't know if that's in your slide deck. I enjoy the recreational opportunities provided by living in the Delta region. I enjoy water recreation, such as water sports and fishing. You might go to the next slide there, I think. Yeah, that kind of will be a good last slide. I have concerns about how the DCP will affect our water quality. The Delta has some of the best farmland in the state of California precisely because of the water and water quality. I worry about that brackish water resulting from the DCP will compromise the viability of farmland. The roadways in the Delta are precarious. I worry that local roads and levees will not be properly maintained during the construction of the DCP. I worry that tourism, and as a result, the economy, will suffer from the construction impacts of the DCP and the permanent aesthetic changes from the DCP intakes and associated facilities. I worry that noise and roadway access impacts from the construction and overall change in the local character from the DCP facilities will detract visitors from the region and will ultimately hurt local businesses. I am concerned that traffic and road closures from the construction of the DCP will harm harvest operations. Many boaters from the southern regions of the Delta boat north to recreate in the North Delta. I worry that the construction of the DCP will detract boaters from recreating in the northern parts of the Delta. The proposed DCP creates long-term impacts to the region that threaten the character of Delta communities. the viability of the farmland, and investments made in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogilvy. With that, I will look to Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Mr. Ogilvy? Or Mr. Chandler? Mr. Chandler, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Do you have questions for Mr. Ogilvy?
I do. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ogilvy. My name is Colin Chandler, and I'm counsel at the Department of Water Resources. First of all, thank you for making the time here to produce your testimony and for answering my questions today. So I don't have many questions for you, but for those that I do have, I'll be referring back to your testimony, your written testimony. So at the onset, Mr. Wooldridge, can we pull up SA Y01, please? Perfect, thank you. So Mr. Ogilvy, you stated some of these things, but I'm going to kind of just go back over them. You are the director of production for Wilson Family Farms, is that correct?
Yes.
And you live in Clarksburg with your family, correct?
Yes.
How long have you lived in Clarksburg?
I grew up in Clarksburg, born, raised there, and after I went away to UC Davis for college, after which I stayed away. That was in 1998, and then returned in 2014.
I see.
With my family.
I see. Thank you. And I'm assuming that being the director of production for Wilson Family Farms is your full-time occupation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell me about some of your other professional time commitments? For instance, you're also the director of production for Ogilvy, Marin, Vintners. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Then again, you did touch on some of these things, but are you still the board vice chair at the Center for Land-Based Learning?
Yes.
And then still board trustee for Reclamation District 150.
Yes.
And lastly, you're still on the chair of the Clarksburg General Plan Citizens Advisory Committee?
Yes.
So when you're testifying here today, you're testifying in your personal capacity as the director of production for Wilson Family Farms and not in affiliation or on behalf of any of those other entities. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm testifying in my personal capacity.
Thank you. So it does appear that you're very active in your community and you have strong ties to both Clarksburg and the Delta region in general, dating back to 1921 with your grandfather. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Yes.
Thank you. So Mr. Wooldridge, can we scroll down a little bit to paragraph 4? Perfect. Thank you. Right there. So Mr. Ogilvy, paragraph 4 at line 27, you state, as a business owner and resident of the Delta region, I believe that the DCP is not in the public interest. Do you see that testimony?
Yes.
And when you make that statement, are you referring to the Delta region's public interest, or are you referring to the public interest for the citizens of the entire state of California?
I'm referring to primarily the Delta region, but I view the project as not in the best interest of all of California due to the high cost. I think there's better uses for the money that's being invested into this, such as water storage, relining the aqueduct, really working on our levees for better water transfer.
Did you review any cost-benefit analysis and come to that conclusion?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. And along those same lines, did you review or evaluate any other quantifiable data that helped you arrive at the conclusion that the project is not in the public interest for, I guess, generally those citizens in the Delta region, but more specifically to the entire state of California?
I would say looking at, the salinity issues that we see in the Central Valley, I worry about the same salinity issues arriving in the Delta region if we have brackish water that comes up. So I would say that the concern is one of California agriculture, of which our region is very important and contributes heavily to, farm gate value of California agriculture and as a exporter of ag products throughout the world. To stay competitive, we need to keep our farmland, at the best use, at the highest quality that we can. And I worry that increased salinity over time, it's not just if there's a slight increase in salinity, that will build over time if it gets stuck in your soils and make the farmland less valuable, less decreased viability for production agriculture. So this is I think a whole California issue.
You've certainly touched on some of the issues you're elaborating here on in your testimony, but you didn't specifically draw out any of those concerns in your testimony, did you? That you just said to me now.
I believe I mentioned something about the salinity issues. Did I not?
Actually, I can help you out here, Mr. Wooldridge. Can we scroll down to page 6, please? Paragraph 15 would be perfect. So at line 22, Mr. Ogilvy, you state, I have concerns about how the DCP will affect our water quality. You go on to say, I worry that brackish water will compromise the viability of farmland. Do you see that testimony?
Yep. Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. I cut you off there.
No, I just answering in the affirmative.
So have you ever received any formal education in hydrology?
I would say not formal education in hydrology, just farming education.
Okay. And how about any background in soil salinity studies?
Just the classes I took for my college degree.
What classes were those?
Soil studies, soil science.
Gotcha. Anything in limnology?
No.
Or how about water sciences?
Not really. No, not in a collegiate way.
Okay, so when you make that statement on page 6 in paragraph 15 at line 22, you're more concerned generally based off what other people would say about some of the impacts or alleged impacts of the DCPs. Is that fair?
I would say that the salinity issue, yes, would be something that I'm referring to from articles I read, that the potential of that being an issue. And then from personal knowledge of farming with brackish water, understanding that would have a negative impact.
Did you read the final environmental impact report for the DCP specifically? You did not. Okay.
I have not read the whole report, just reviewed parts of it.
Did you happen to review? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying I've read articles that call out certain parts.
Did you happen to read chapter 9 of the final FEIR? It speaks to water quality.
Not to my recollection, but I'll write that down right now.
Thank you. I'm gonna kind of change gears here a little bit. We can stay on that page, I believe. At line 25, Mr. Ogilvy, you state, I worry that local roads and levees will not properly be maintained during the construction of the DCP. Do you see that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And at the time you wrote that testimony, were you aware of any commitments the DWR has made to maintaining local roadways during the construction of the DCP?
No, I'm more making that statement, understanding the current state of our roadways, and knowing that there's big construction impacts would not be helpful to the current situation.
So when you say the current state of your roadways, can you elaborate on that a little bit for me? Is it fair to assume that you're saying that some of the roadways in the Delta are not necessarily that great?
Yes.
Okay, so are you aware that in chapter 3 of the final environmental impact report, some of the commitments and mitigation measures that DWR has made suggest certain roadway improvements?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Gonna keep moving. Mr. Wooldridge, can you scroll down to page 7, please? So here on the first line on this page, you say, I worry that tourism and as a result, the economy will suffer from construction impacts of the DCP. And then further down on line 12, you state, the proposed DCP creates long-term impacts to the region. Do you see that testimony?
Yes.
Would you say it's true that DWR commitments as part of the proposed DCP, such as roadway improvements, could actually help tourism and result in long-term benefits to the economy and Delta communities?
Objection. The witness is not familiar with any of these commitments, so his answer would call for speculation.
If you don't know the answer, Mr. Ogilvy, you can say you don't know the answer.
I do not know that answer.
So, but you do agree that, or you have stated that some of the roadways in the Delta could use repair?
Yes.
And would you agree that tourism or tourists enjoy driving on well-paved roads?
Yes.
And would you agree that if DWR did commit to roadway improvements, that would in turn benefit people that enjoy driving on well-paved roads?
I believe that people drive on the Delta for the scenic views of the Delta and the nature of the agrarian nature and views they get. So even on a freshly paved road, if that Delta scenery is dramatically changed and impacted by the DCP, I think that we'd get less of that tourism traffic.
That's fair. And then kind of wrapping up here on page 7 of your testimony, you list a number of your concerns, specifically as to noise, roadway access, traffic, and aesthetics. Do you generally see in your testimony where you are making these concerns, that specifically they're in paragraphs 18 and 19?
Yeah, I see the concerns I've listed there.
And are you aware that the DCP final environmental impact report has proposed mitigation for each of these issues?
I would say that I'm aware that that the DCP has proposed mitigations for all of the concerns.
And have you read them, or are you just aware of them?
I'm aware of them.
Okay. And then lastly, Mr. Ogilvy, were you made aware of the opportunity to provide policy statements in regard to this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Those are all the questions that I have for you today, Mr. Ogilvy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. And I'll just confirm, you did not identify Mr. Ogilvy, but Mr. Krieger, I understand you don't have questions for Mr. Ogilvy?
That is correct.
Thank you. And then am I missing anyone else who has questions for Mr. Ogilvy? Then with that, I don't have any questions. Thank you. So I will look to you, Ms. Tabor. Do you have any redirect based on those questions?
We have none.
Thank you. Then I wanted to thank you for your time, Mr. Ogilvy. Thank you. I know you had to travel to be here. Thank you so much for your testimony and sharing your experience with us. And you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Ms. Tabor, I will look to you. Who is next?
Ms. Chester will be presenting Cassandra Flores, I believe.
That's correct.
Wonderful. And I will look to the hearing team to elevate Cassandra Flores, please. Good afternoon, and you are welcome, Ms. Flores, to come on camera and off mute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn things over to Ms. Chester. Ms. Flores, will you please raise your right hand? And can you move it into the camera so we see
sorry.
it? Thank you.
Let's turn the camera. There we go.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chester, to you.
Thank you. Ms. Flores, is Exhibit Sacramento County 22 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
It is.
And is Exhibit Sacramento County 24 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
It is.
And at this time, would you please summarize your testimony submitted for this portion proceeding as set forth in Sacramento County 24?
I will. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kenzie, members of the hearing team, and members of the State Water Board. My name is Cassandra J. Flores, and I serve as the Agricultural Commissioner for Sacramento County, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to provide my testimony. Next slide, please. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta is a vital agricultural region spanning portions of 6 counties, defined by its leveed islands, waterways, and low-lying mainland. With its fertile soils, farming is the predominant land use, especially in Sacramento County. The majority of Sacramento's Delta farmland is designated and mapped as important farmland or prime farmland by the California Department of Conservation. Prime farmland is considered the highest valued farmland in the state due to soils with optimal physical and chemical characteristics and access to irrigation. In Sacramento County, this prime farmland produces a wide variety of crops within the Delta region, including alfalfa, wine grapes, corn, wheat, barley, oats, triticale, rice, tomatoes, pears, peaches, cherries, almonds, walnuts, and more. These crops are shipped throughout California to other states and around the world and are valued in the millions of dollars. In 2023, Sacramento County's pear crop alone was valued at over $55 million, with exports reaching Canada, Ecuador, Guatemala, and Mexico. To protect this agricultural resource and ensure its long-term viability, local governments, including Sacramento County, have adopted strong land use tools, including general plan, agricultural elements, urban boundaries, right to farm ordinances, and Williamson Act contracts, all designed to safeguard the Delta's farming economy and way of life for future generations. Next slide, please. The majority of Sacramento County's agricultural businesses in the Delta region are family-owned farms. Many of these farms have been passed down from one generation to another. These producers have a strong local knowledge of the growing conditions on their farms and have remained resilient year after year, despite significant challenges, including extreme climatic events, rising land and infrastructure costs, rising transportation expenses, growing regulatory pressures and requirements, and ongoing labor uncertainties. The proposed Delta Conveyance project threatens to intensify these existing issues, placing even greater pressure on family farms and jeopardizing the long-term sustainability of agriculture in the Sacramento County Delta. Next slide, please. The Delta Conveyance project will create significant impacts to the Sacramento County Delta community. The construction of Delta Conveyance project infrastructure, specifically Intake B and Intake C near the town of Hood, the Twin Cities complex, and the Lambert Road batch plant, will cause substantial disruption to agriculture, resulting in the permanent loss of approximately 1,300 acres of important farmland. This includes 287 acres of peaches, pears, and wine grapes at Intake B, with an estimated gross production value in 2023 of $2.26 million, 277 acres of wine grapes and avocados at Intake C, which were valued at $1.62 million in 2023, and 740 acres of squash, alfalfa, and irrigated pasture at the Lambert Road batch plant and Twin Cities complex, valued at $1.51 million in 2023. Altogether, these losses amount to more than 7,500 tons of agricultural commodities with an annual economic impact exceeding 5.3 million in gross production value. I think it's important to note that these figures do not include the loss of agricultural production on farmland impacted by new road construction, new utility infrastructure, the widening of existing roads, maintenance shaft locations, remnant farmlands, or other project infrastructure in the county due to the Delta Conveyance project. Next slide, please. Even with proposed mitigation measures, the permanent conversion of farmland under the Delta Conveyance project is considered significant and unavoidable. Mitigation measure AG1 requires the acquisition of agricultural conservation easements on other important farmland at a ratio of 1:1. This mitigation measure is insufficient to avoid the significant impact of farmland conversion and does not mitigate for the net loss of over 3,700 acres of important farmland in Sacramento County. Placing a conservation easement on existing farmland does not replace farmland that has been converted to other uses, nor does it create additional farmland for production purposes. Furthermore, the final environmental impact report understates the impacts to Williamson Act lands. In Sacramento County, nearly 800 acres of Williamson Act contracted land would be affected by the DCP. The final environmental impact report notes that only a fraction of the land in the broader study area is enrolled in Williamson Act contracts. This may be a true statement when including the broader study area, but in Sacramento County, where the bulk of the DCP infrastructure is planned, this statement is misleading. The majority of the DCP affected farmland in Sacramento County is enrolled in the Williamson Act program. As I mentioned earlier, Williamson Act contracts are an important land preservation tool. By restricting land uses to agricultural and compatible uses, Williamson Act contracts help prevent the conversion of farmland to urban development, and properties under contract protect resource-rich land by directing development away from rural areas and towards areas planned for growth. Lands in Williamson Act contracts also support wildlife, open space, groundwater recharge, and carbon sequestration, contributing to environmental sustainability and stewardship. The final environmental impact report identifies the conversion of these lands as significant and unavoidable. Although it refers to mitigation measure AG1 as a potential strategy in reducing this impact, it doesn't explain how this measure would be implemented or how it would achieve meaningful mitigation for the loss of this important agricultural protection. These contracted lands are essential for preserving agricultural use in farmland and providing environmental benefits in Sacramento County, yet their loss is acknowledged as unavoidable. Impact AG3 mentions other impacts on agriculture from the construction and operation of the DCP, along with impacts to existing agricultural infrastructure such as wells, pumps, and irrigation. It also mentions impacts on groundwater levels and water quality that indicate the new water conveyance facilities would increase salinity relative to existing conditions at various locations within the study area. And that is from the final EIR. Next slide, please. Beyond the impacts to agricultural land and water quality, the Delta Conveyance project will also disrupt critical agricultural operations in the region by increasing traffic congestion, creating road closures, and delays that will hinder the movement of farm workers, supplies, and harvested crops, ultimately raising operational costs. Pest management will likewise be compromised as applicators face restricted access and heightened safety concerns, limiting the grower's ability to respond effectively and in a timely manner to pest pressures or infestations. Mitigation measure AG3 does not consider these additional impacts to agriculture. And next slide, please. In conclusion, the Delta Conveyance project poses a serious threat to the production of food and the economic viability of agriculture in Sacramento County's Delta region. The cumulative impacts, including the permanent loss of farmland, long-term temporary disruptions to farming operations, degraded water quality, the disruption of transportation systems, and broader indirect economic consequences will be profound and long-lasting. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Ms. Morris, should I look to you? Do you have questions for Ms. Flores?
I do.
Please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Flores. My name is Stephanie Morris. I'm outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources, and I had some questions for you today. How are you
I'm
doing?
good. I'm good. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you some questions about your position as the County Ag Commissioner.
Sure.
In that role, are you familiar with agricultural practices in the county?
I am.
And in your position as County Ag Commissioner, are you responsible for preparing the Sacramento County Crop and Livestock Report?
I am.
Are those reports prepared annually?
They are.
And can you briefly describe how the data for the Crop and Livestock Report are collected?
Sure. Every year we send out surveys to all of the agricultural producers in the county. And we generate their responses, collate that data. We also use the National Ag Statistics Service for statewide data that they've collected, as well as other resources. So we take a compilation of our local growers and the specific data that they've provided us. And then we also look at the other data and compile that all together.
And in your as County Ag Commissioner, do you track the acres in production in Sacramento County?
We do, yes.
And does that include include acres in production in the Delta?
It does.
And in your role, as you've described, do you have an understanding of acres fallowed in Sacramento County?
Yes, we do. I mean, I don't know the number offhand, but we track it.
Do you know approximately?
I wouldn't, no.
So you have no rough estimate of how many acres are fallowed on an annual basis?
Objection, calls for speculation, asked and answered.
We'll just confirm it, Ms. Flores, please.
Yeah, I mean, it changes every year, so it's not that there's an actual, specific number year to year. It would change based on climatic events and various just different variables. Sorry.
That's okay. Do you report that information anywhere?
No, we do not. We do not.
And if I could ask Mr. Woolridge to pull up what we sent over, I think it's marked as DWR-01110. Have you seen this report before? This Sacramento San Joaquin Delta socioeconomic indicators? And maybe we could scroll down a little to see the preparation date from the Delta Protection Commission.
You know what? I have not read it, no.
Okay. If we could please go to PDF page 28, I believe. Actually, actually the next page. Thank you. And if you could just look at this bar chart, do you see, looking at this, that it states that I'm trying to find a good place to direct you, that there's looking at the primary zone and the secondary zone in the land use changes from 2018 to 2022. Do you see that graph?
I do.
And do you see where it shows the acreages for fallow/idle?
I do.
Objection, just generally on this line of questioning, the document speaks for itself and no foundation has been laid for this witness's knowledge of the document or its contents.
Noted. And let's see where this goes. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
I'm attempting to lay a foundation. So, and looking at the primary zone, which is in the dark blue, do you see that?
I do.
And do you see that that's roughly 20,000 acres?
Yes, to the left, yes.
And would it surprise you to know that there's, approximately 20 to 22,000 acres of fallowing in the Delta counties in the primary zone?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, and I don't know where this is coming from, where they're getting their information, so I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay. You did say that you're familiar with land fallowing in Sacramento County in general. And as the ag commissioner, it's something that you track. So I'm trying to get an understanding about the magnitude of fallowing and let's say last year. And do you have is it over 20,000 acres?
I would not be able to, that's speculation on my behalf. I would not be able to answer that.
So do you agree that you you don't find that information compiled by the Delta Protection Commission is a valid source of data?
Objection misstates testimony.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris. Where are we going with this also? Ms. Flores has testified that she isn't familiar with this document, and she, as I understand, doesn't have knowledge about the acres fallowed in Sacramento County.
And this takes in the entire Delta area, what I would assume, and so that's a big area. So I'm just going to testify specific to Sacramento County.
That's fine, but you can see that this says primary zone and secondary zone of the Delta, correct? So it's not the entirety of the Delta. It's breaking it into pieces, is it not?
Objection. Again, she has stated no knowledge of the document.
Sorry. If I had reviewed this before, it'd be helpful.
If I wanted to find out information on how many acres are fallowed in Sacramento County on an annual basis, where could I find that information?
You could request it and we could probably figure it out based on the current year.
And who should I make that request to?
To my department.
Any particular person?
To me, that's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'd like to look at your testimony on page 4. You state that the proposed project would cause substantial disruption to agricultural operations with the permanent conversion of 1,304 acres of important farmland. Do you see that on lines 5?
Yep, I do.
And do you see that there's a footnote?
Yes.
And is the information that you pulled, the 1,304 acres of important farmland, is that pulled from this calagpermits.org website?
It is.
Okay. And are you aware that that information cannot be accessed by people who are not engaged in pest control operations?
I am.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have the data? Because I can't access it. Can you provide that data to us so that we can look at those numbers?
I can.
Okay, great. And is there a reason why you use that number instead of the acreage that can be found in the EIR?
Yeah, we used that because that is information that we have specifically to those sites, those farming sites within those footprints for the project. So CalAg Permits is a GPS based software program. And then we overlay the field sites where the crops are, being grown. So it's very specific crop data. And really that permit software is our version of kind of a SQL analysis to the site that's going to have pesticides applied to it. So it's very specific. We have to look at sensitive, areas around that site. And so the accuracy of the data is I'm comfortable with it. It's something that we use statewide. All counties use it. The Department of Pesticide Regulation, supports it, the use of this program for us. And so we use that. And honestly, the acreages were really close to the acreages stated in the final environmental impact report.
Well, let's just
So,
let's
yeah.
pull that up. If we
Okay.
could, Mr. Woolridge, if you could pull up AHO 1128, please. And do you understand that this is the agricultural resources chapter? Thank you. And if we could go to PDF page 34. And do you understand that the Delta Conveyance project is what's marked here as alternative 5?
Yes.
Okay. And if we look at this table, would you agree that it states for Sacramento in terms of the subtotal of all the important land is 1,092.2 acres?
I see that.
And the total, the in all counties, it's 2,154.2 acres. Is that what you see?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute the acreage numbers that are listed in the EIR?
I might, since ours is a little larger.
Yeah. Well, I would have questions about that, but because I don't have the data, I can't ask questions about that at this point. So,
and I can provide that information to you. Happy to do that.
okay, and then would you also be able, because I just have a number, to tell me where in your testimony, if anywhere, you have shown how you calculated this different set of acreages?
You know what, it just came from CalAg permits, and we're able to actually measure the acreage within that program. And so that's where the acreage came from.
But let me, and I'm sorry if these questions are a little, since I don't have the data, I'm going to try to understand. Is it possible that, did you use a parcel number? And is it possible that that not all of a parcel was being used, or how did you,
No. So we don't. So we're able to see the fields. It's an aerial map. And
so the GIS,
yeah,
sorry, is an area.
it's a GIS map, aerial map. And I actually, because I was concerned too, I wanted to make sure that the numbers that we were providing were within the ballpark of the final impact statement or report. And if you look at table 3D-1, which was from the final EIR, it is table 3D-1, summary of intake characteristics. And if you look at intake B, it says the size of site during construction is approximately 242 acres. And our calculation for intake B through our CalAg permit system was 231 acres. So a little less than what the FEIR states.
I appreciate you trying to, I think until I have the data, I don't think there's probably a lot of value in trying to hash through this. So I'll just try to move on.
But if you look at 3D-1, that's the tables that I looked at.
Okay.
Or 3D-2, sorry.
And I'll look forward to looking at the data. And if we could pull up SACO 23, which you cited in your report, please, Mr. Woolridge. And this, I believe, this is the latest
It is.
crop and livestock report.
Correct.
It looks like on your website, you're in the process of still collecting information for 2024. Is that?
We're almost there. We're almost
Okay.
there. Yeah.
It seems like a daunting task. And if we could look at, I think it's page 7, and I think these PDF pages match, I hope. It's getting late on Friday, so yes. Maybe we could make it a little bit bigger too. Great. So I don't know if you want to use a calculator or if we can just talk through some numbers and
Sure.
roughly calculate them. But I was trying to understand what the total acreage and production in Sac County is. And so I was looking here in 2023, I think at the bottom of this page, it says, is it correct that in 2023, the total acreage and production was 2,100, sorry, I can't do numbers,
212,000.
12,214.
So that is accurate for the field crops. So that's field crops only.
So I wanted to go to the next page. So I'm just to add these numbers together to get the total production. So taking the 212 and 214, if we could go to page 18, and then here looking at the whoop.
Did you mean 18?
I did not. I meant 8.
Okay.
This is the calendar part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to make it useful for everybody.
Yes. And so then I would add to the 212 and 214, the 50,279, which would include the fruits and nuts.
Okay.
Okay. And then going down to vegetables for 2023, adding the 8,796. Does that look correct?
That's correct.
And then I think one more page here, including the 488 acres of nursery stock. Did I think we need to go down one more?
Yes, I would add that.
I think it's
we
on
go.
page
Yep.
10.
10, yes.
There we go. And then also 1,084 acres of seed crops. Is that
correct? Yes.
Okay. So I get roughly 272,861. Does that sound correct based on the numbers we just walked through?
Sure.
Okay. And if we take the number that we have in the EIR for important farmland of 1,092.2, and divide that by the 2,072,861, would you agree that's roughly 0.4% of the total 2023 harvested agriculture?
Yeah, I missed the last number that I'm not sorry. I'm not understanding what you're.
Yep, we can do this. We agreed that there's 272,861 acres of not productive land, but in production in Sacramento County, correct?
Okay.
And then since I don't have your data for the 1,304 acres of important farmland, I used the EIR data of 1,092.2 acres of important farmland. So I want to know the percentage of that 1,092, which I believe is 0.4%. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Okay. Do you consider 0.4% to be a low number?
Objection, vague.
What are you asking, Ms. Morris?
But isn't that 4 acres for every 1,000 of acres in production?
I guess, if you want to put it that way, you can. Sure. That's fine.
And I'd like to look at if we could go back to your testimony, please.
I apologize. I'm working through your math while you're speaking, Ms. Morris. Did you say per 1,000 acre or per 100 acre?
1,000.
Per 1,000.
But
Okay.
I don't think there was an answer, so I don't think it
Yeah.
matters.
Yeah.
I think we agreed that it's roughly 0.4%, and that's what we can agree on, and I'm moving on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I please ask Ms. Morris to clarify? I've lost track of if she's talking about a specific category of farmland with reference to these acreages or agricultural land in general.
Specifically, my question was to the important farmland category.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because, yeah, well, and then actually, if we're adding up all of the harvested acres, that's not going to include land that they didn't harvest. So there's that. It's also not going to all be on important farmland. So some of that acreage is grazing land, which would not be considered important farmland. It's considered grazing land. Some of that acreage is in urban settings where maybe it's a nursery. So it may not be considered important farmland. It might be a propagation nursery. So we have to be careful about just generalizing.
Okay. I wanted to look at page 6 of your testimony. And do you have any experience with water quality or measuring water quality?
I do not.
Okay. And it looks like you relied on the EIR for your statements about potential water quality impacts. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And if I just noticed that on page 6, lines 7 through 10, would you agree that where it states that water quality modeling that indicate the new water conveyance facilities would increase, would you agree that the EIR actually says that they would moderately increase? And we can pull it up. It's AHO 1128.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't argue that. It's fine.
But let's pull it up anyways. 11-28.
What page? I believe we have it.
Oh, I thought I didn't realize this. I thought this is still the farm. This is a different exhibit, is it not? I'm looking for 1128, page 50. Okay. And I wanted to look. Sorry, I'm looking at lines beginning on line 37.
Mhm.
Okay. And this is the language that you cited to. Are you aware that you are citing to, and you can see this on 39, a study that was summarizing 2040 analysis?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Are you familiar with D 1641 or Decision 1641?
I am not.
So you're not familiar with the ag standards that the State Water Resources Control Board sets in D 1641?
I have not read it.
Okay. I have a question that maybe to try to knock a bunch of questions that I don't need to ask you out, but
Okay.
In your testimony on page 6, lines 15 through 16, and thank you, Mr. Woolridge, for jumping around with me. I appreciate not having to ask, and that's nice. Okay, you talk about the Delta's narrow roadways, and my question for you is, are all the statements about traffic and potential impacts reliant on SACO 25, which is the testimony of Lupe Rodriguez, so that I may ask that person my questions on traffic? Or
Yes.
should I ask you, you're relying on that? Okay, great.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And I will skip a lot of questions.
Okay.
And then looking at the same, your testimony on page 6, I think lines 19 through 25.
Mhm.
I had a question about the pesticide applicators. If you want to just read your to yourself sort of lines 19 through 25, and then I can ask you
Sure.
a question.
I got it. Yeah.
Great. Are you saying in this that the application of pesticides on ag lands is currently drifting onto local roadways?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so if there's no drift off of ag lands of pesticides onto roadways, even if traffic is increased, how would pesticide application be affected by an increase of traffic?
Well, so what they do currently, and this is, it depends. I mean, when they farm right up to the road, right? So you'll have pear trees that come right up to the roadway. And so what they'll currently do is when they're spraying, even though they turn off the nozzles when they hit the corners and when they're turning the corners, they will actually have a traffic, like a person conducting traffic control, like a flagger. And so when that air blast sprayer gets close to the road, especially River Road, Highway 160, they will actually stop traffic to ensure that no pesticide droplets actually float across the roadway and hit these cars. So if you do have construction traffic, that could affect that kind of pesticide application. Typically when the farms are spraying, if they don't have like a real sensitive site adjacent to their crop, they're not going to be as conscientious about where the pesticide goes. And so it will drift off target. And if it's not hurting anything or damaging anything, nobody knows what's occurring. But if you've got a construction site, say, that is being developed right next to an existing ag operation, then all of a sudden they do have to care and they do have to change their pesticide application processes. If you have a site where it's all pears and you're going to do construction on half of that site and you're going to take out half of those pears, the existing pears that are there may or may not be able to be, taken care of. So that's always something that we have to be conscious of, and it is an impact. You get a development right up against ag, all of a sudden it's a different process in handling that ag operation. It's the same thing. And so pesticides, that's a big one for us because we have to ensure that they're not drifting off target on any sensitive anything, right?
Otherwise, you get the complaint to your office.
Correct. Yes. And we're out there looking for that, honestly, just randomly. But, that's just part of the process.
In your opinion, is this something that could be in the limited areas where there could be construction sites, that there could be coordination to, ensure that pesticide application is still viable, so that there could be some kind of coordination with the individual farmer to address these issues?
Possibly if there's some kind of, barriers installed, or it would be hard on a construction site that's, around the clock or something like that. But sure, yeah, there could be mitigation measures around that.
Well, thanks for doing math with me on a Friday afternoon, and thank you so much for your time.
Okay, you're welcome.
And I appreciate your testimony and answering my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris, and thank you, Ms. Flores. I will looks like Mr. Krieger, you have some questions, and my question will be, I think it sounds like it was fairly limited. Is that right? Do you think we can get through them before the end of the day?
Yes, I do, and I will do my best to get through them quickly. I think they are fairly straightforward, so hopefully we can all get out of here sooner rather than later. Good afternoon, Ms. Flores. My name is
Good
Miles.
afternoon.
I'm counsel for the State Water Contractors, and I do have just a few questions for you related to your testimony. Mr. Woldridge, if you would please bring up Ms. Flores' testimony and scroll to paragraph 6. Thank you. Ms. Flores, in line 18, you refer or you state that nearly 75% of Delta farmland is designated prime farmland. By Delta farmland, are you referring to farmland within the legal Delta or a broader area?
Within the legal Delta.
Okay. And
Yes.
same question, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, and same question with respect to line 21, the first line in paragraph 7. You say Delta crops. Are we talking about crops just within the legal Delta?
Yeah, I mean that would be in the general Delta area. Yeah, I would say that. I mean, I guess I use region because you know, it's I guess it's not the official Delta. It's the I don't know. It's been a while since I wrote this, so
Okay. But you're not.
I think I'm specifically referring to Sacramento County Delta.
Okay.
Yes.
That is fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Scrolling down, Mr. Woldridge, to paragraph 9, and specifically lines 15 through 18. Ms. Flores, you mentioned salinity, intrusion, and some discussion about water quality. And I'm trying to understand, is it your testimony that the water quality in the Delta is not suitable for crop irrigation?
No. No, it's suitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you done any analysis of whether the changes in salinity identified in the modeling for the FEIR, the final EIR, would impact agricultural production?
I did a little bit of just background looking at one of the studies, and it depends on the type of crop and the amount of salinity in the water, and there's so many variables. So yeah, I think that's a very general statement.
And you said you looked at one study. Do you happen to recall what that
Yeah.
was?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fine. Moving on to paragraph 10, line 22. You reference extreme climatic events, and I wanted to ask if you agreed that atmospheric rivers pose challenges to agricultural productivity in the Delta.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, and do you agree that levee failures also present challenges to ag productivity in the Delta?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Woldridge, if we could scroll down to paragraph 13. Great. Ms. Flores, you have a reference here to 7,500 tons of lost crop production, and I was wondering if you knew what percentage of that 7,500 tons of lost crop production could be attributable to each crop type that you mentioned?
So let's see here. I have the data.
And can I ask real quick, where is that data, or did you produce it?
Yeah, we produced it. Same with the answers to Mrs. Morris. The data that we got this from was our CalAg permits software program. And so we know specifically what type of crops are on how many acres. And we get the acreage from the actual farmers themselves when they apply for a permit for us. And it's very important that they're as accurate as they can be with that acreage. And so and then we also, the 7,500 tons is from the crop report information that we get from them.
Okay. And so you could or you did calculate which percentage of that 7,500 tons was attributable to a given crop type?
I have that information. I don't have the percentage, but I have the information.
Okay, and so if you just have the information but not the percentage, does that mean you didn't do the calculation?
It means I didn't do the calculation
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
Okay. Can we scroll down to paragraph 15? And specifically lines 23 through 24, you have a statement that WAC's Williamson Act contracts help prevent the conversion of farmland to urban development. Do you see that?
I do.
And isn't it true that WAC's or Williams Act contracts do not create additional farmland?
Correct.
Scrolling down to paragraph 16. And lines 8 through 13 is what I'll generally be referring to. And I believe Ms. Moore has covered some of what I was going to ask. But Ms. Flores, are you a technical expert in soil health?
I am not.
Did you conduct an analysis of model changes in water quality from DCP on salt-sensitive crops in the Delta?
I did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you're relying on in your statement on between lines 11 and 13 then? I don't see a site, which is why I'm asking what you're relying on.
Yeah, just relying on the information from the final EIR as far as the possibility of increased salinity. And that, we do have salt sensitive crops being grown in the Delta. And obviously salinity in soil, degrades soil health. So, but I'm not an expert.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that very much. And with that, those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. Is there anyone else who has questions at this time for Ms. Flores, who I have missed? And I don't have questions on behalf of the hearing team, so I will look back to you, Ms. Chester. Do you have any redirect?
Briefly, I would like to clarify that any requests for data from council go to myself and Ms. Tabor, and we can help coordinate with Ms. Flores. Just quickly, Ms. Flores, you state in your testimony at paragraph 11, page 4, lines 5 to 6. We could bring that up. One more page to paragraph 11. Great. You state here at lines 5 to 6 that important farmland is a category set by the California Department of Conservation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in your opinion, does farmland not designated as important farmland still have relevance to your analysis of impacts to agriculture from the tunnels? Excuse me,
Yeah.
tunnel.
Yeah, it would. Yes.
Is it fair to say that, in your opinion, farmland not designated as important farmland still has value to the county?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. And I will look back to Ms. Morris. Do you have any follow-up based on that?
I do not.
Thank you. And Mr. Krieger?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then with that, Ms. Flores, I want to thank you very much for your time and your testimony today. I'm glad we could get you out so you don't have to come back in the morning.
Okay.
And thank you very much, and you are excused.
All right. Thank you all. Have a good night.
With that, I will look to the team. My understanding is my intent is to adjourn for the day. Thank you for the good work. Before we do, the plan is to reconvene on the 11th. We would start with the remainder of Sacramento County's witnesses and then move, as I understand, move to Dr. Rosenfeld. Are there any other procedural issues that we need to address before we break until the 11th? With that, I will see you on the 11th and we are adjourned. Thank you.